I will need to get to getting some music going on here, so I'll go ahead and get the Rimworld soundtrack. It's going to be loud for just a second, because Steam always forgets my audio settings. Alright, so with that, we're going to pick up where we left off with the Survivor Man Challenge. I know I've been kind of all over the place with the games today. It's just kind of one of those days. Kind of got put in a salty mood because of what happened with Conan and the whole DLC blocking me when I was right at the, like, after hours of investment and time. We played a couple rounds of No, Everyone is Crab, which is really fun. I just figured I just want to relax, hang out, talk to chat, do all that kind of stuff. And, games like American Truck Simulator and Farming Simulator tend to be the ones that are best for that, I found. But I do have a DLC to add to Farming Simulator that they sent me a key for that I'm getting to play before its release. I just didn't have it all installed before stream, and I don't want to try and install it while we're streaming, in case it causes the stream to drop or causes any other problems. But yeah, so I'll hop in, do this for a while. It'll be a fun time. Always a good time. But yeah, no, it's good to see you, Angelo. That's all back from when I used to play tons and tons of World of Warcraft. Did the Warlock, did the Rogue, did the Warrior, did the Shaman, did, Priest several times. But yeah, that was a while back. I haven't played WoW in ages. Alright. So with that speaking, let's go ahead and catch up what we got going on here. So, we have our 2 sugar plants that are making our sugar. We got our sugar cane field over here. I should probably specify what the heck this challenge is. So we've been doing the Survivor Man Challenge. Now, Survivor Man Challenge is a thematic challenge. It doesn't have a specific set of rules around it, but it, broadly speaking, is you go to what's effectively wilderness, and you start from nothing, and you build up a farm. Usually have you start with relatively as little as possible to be able to make money. In our case, we start with a fishing rod and nothing else. And so as an added thing we've got on for doing this challenge, I'm also having it where I don't get to choose what crops we grow next. Basically, hit a big wheel, it spins, it chooses something, and then we are stuck in that. Why is the AI complaining? Oh, because I was in the middle of dealing with this field when we left off yesterday. My bad. Because we were working on harvesting the potatoes and I ran out of time. But yeah, so I put it on a big wheel and I say, okay, what are we doing next? So I put together a bunch of money fishing, and then what happened from there is I spun the wheel, and I know I've been making this joke every time and you're just gonna have to live with it, is that I don't know what winning is, but we certainly lost. And that's because the first crop we got was sugarcane, which is a very laborious crop. It actually pays really well, but a very laborious crop. You're like, okay, we got sugarcane, that's pretty rough. But at least it pays well. And then after that, we got long grain rice, relatively easy crop, not a big deal to say around that. After that, we got canola. Again, relatively easy crop, not particularly well paying, that's fine. And then we got potatoes. Potatoes are another very, very laborious crop because the harvester is very, very narrow. So it takes a lot of passes to finish a field. And then we've already rolled what our next crop is, which is sugar beets. Which is like potatoes, but worse because of the whole extra phase where you have to like cut the green part off and then you have to pull it up. And so we are of some of the most annoying crops to deal with for being laborious. Out of like the top 5, we've got 3 of them. So that's certainly been a whole thing, and I don't remember if we flooded the field the last month, but that's what it is. Alright, so let's go ahead and get out of here. And where you see that animation where it looks like I'm dumping potatoes on the ground and just wasting them all, that's graphical. It's not actually that way. If it was, it would be utterly obnoxious to deal with in so many ways. But yeah, so with that saying, the 2 things we export in this farm is we export sugar and we export potato chips. How many options? In what way? Sorry. Crops, I mean? Oh, how many crops are in the game now? Is it like 28 or 30 or so? And that's not counting like greenhouse or whatever. We could definitely we could figure that out pretty easily, actually. Because what I could do here is, if we want to check how many stuff. Well, actually, I could just literally go there. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. 26 proper crops. And then you also have like livestock and greenhouses and all that kind of stuff in addition to that. But for the wheel, it'd be the 28 or 26 or whatever I just said. So yeah, so getting 3 of the top 5 most laborious crops out of 4 rolls, or sorry, 5 rolls, is pretty bad. Oh no. So yeah, so fed the 5 worst crops out of 26, and you got 3 of them. Correct. The next one that'd be on that list would be carrots, as far as bad crops, as far as, and to be clear, when we're saying bad, they're bad as in laborious, not bad as in pay. It is the crops that we do have, I think, 3 of the highest paying crops, which happen to be the most laborious. Which is good, because otherwise it'd be absolutely agonizing. Alright, so let's go ahead and get you in position and all that. Right, so the next thing that we're working on is, if we look in here, I need to get to the point where we can do sugar beets, because that's the next crop we've got going on. And so we've got the beet harvesters and all that. And I believe... So I want to say the beet loader... So my choices are, I can get these 2, where I cut off the green part off the top, and then I follow that up by then pulling up the beet and just laying it on the ground behind me. And then we'd have the other thing come up behind and pick that up. Now, in our case, we're going to want one of these machines over here. I think preferably... I'm leaning towards this one. I think any of these last 3 would be fine. But all these have an internal storage, so we could sit there and like have it go and start filling up. And then have our thing there. So honestly, with these sugar beets, because I believe these ones will all handle, like, I don't have to do the green part first. I believe with all these ones. First, if I do that, I need to lob the top off. So we're looking at around a little over $500,000. The good news is we are making... Oh, I wanted to leave that on checking on the sales, because if we get lucky, we'll snag one on sale. I do believe we're making somewhere in the area of like 2.5... Or sorry, we're making like 250,000, 300,000 a year right now in game. And that's not counting the potato chips. So we did get the potato chip factory up just, like, literally this is the first day it's been operating. So if we look at that, so we've got our mushroom production. We are now distributing canola oil to be sent to the potato chip place. And then any rice oil we're making, we're just selling straight up. And then we are storing the potato chips. And as you can see, we're still loading up that building. And then we have the sugar mill we're still storing. So we're exporting these, and then these ones are being handled automatically. I always forget there's a sawmill on this map. Okay. The last question is, when do we sell potato chips? That is a real question. So the only answer is we don't sell them in September. It looks like, actually, you know what? There's only $10 difference from max to minimum price. So honestly, selling potato chips is whenever we feel like it. Are you going to troll me like that? You're going to skip a road just so I can't? I could probably still get into position. Oh, right. We turned off crop destruction last night just because the AI was being wonky. And every time I was restarting it, it was putting a lot more effort that I really should have to put into dealing with the field. So I turned off crop destruction just to get things going. I'll probably turn that on here in a second. Okay, so that's that. So while we're driving over there, I'll go here, settings, crop destruction's back on. Because I normally play that on, and all that matters is if I go driving over my own field, I'll crush my crops and destroy them. The AI doesn't, because otherwise people just get angry when the AI messes up. Alright. So things on our priority list right now is we want to buy a lorry, and that's because right now my tractor is dealing with hauling my goods back and forth, and that's been fine, but we're getting to the point where we're getting enough fields that I need the tractor in one field doing work at the same time I need to be picking up the stuff from the harvester at the same time I need to be doing other stuff, and it's just a problem of, you know, not enough vehicles to do all the work that needs working. Let's also take a quick peek, because I didn't look at this. So the potato processing plant can hold 240,000 potatoes, and you run 240 cycles. We can just do a quick calculator. All right, so calculator, so it is what? 240 cycles per month. And did I say it was 120 or 100 potatoes? How many potatoes are you? 100 potatoes. So times 100 equals times 12. So in a year, you go through 288,000 liters of potatoes, which is slightly more than the building can hold. That implies I'm going to need storage. That I'm going to be able to need to store those potatoes, you know, each year, so that we can have the thing running 24/7. I'm also going to need to see how we're doing with canola and its oil. There is a possibility I might need to expand our canola oil to keep the oil plant running year-round for the purposes of running the potatoes year-round. So that'll all be something we're going to have to figure out. And what we have left for this in-game year is we'll end up finishing harvesting the potatoes, and that'll be that sorted. Then the next in-game month, we harvest our rice. And then after our rice, the month after that, we harvest our sugarcane. And then that's at, like, the end of the year, we've got all that sorted. Alright. And meanwhile, while that's getting it all in position, we can get that all sorted out. Alright. I posted on it on social media. There was a commencement speech for graduation, and I got a very big smile out of it. That, like, the lady giving the speech just did not read the room, did not bother to know the audience she is speaking to. So she's giving this commencement speech, and to be clear, she wasn't a student who was graduating, she wasn't faculty, she was a guest speaker. But she spends like 5 minutes just glazing Jeff Bezos. And, you know, like, kind of the people there, you could hear, like, murmuring or whatever. Your camera's over the bar of filling. Gotcha. Let me go ahead and I'll adjust that real fast. But so she spends like a good 5 minutes glazing Jeff Bezos. It's like whatever. And a lot of the students, you can hear them kind of like talking to themselves. I'm gonna put myself down here. You know, talking amongst themselves, whatever, kind of ignoring her. And then she's like talking about, like, you know, the current, like, the next industrial revolution is going, you know, is AI, and you just hear this booing come from the entire audience. Like, it takes like a couple seconds, but like this heavy booing comes, and she, like, you can see her like completely caught off guard by this. And then, you know, she's like, all right, well, can I continue? And it's like, you know, like, in the past, you know, we'd have to create our stuff and all that without the use of AI, and people started cheering really loud, and you could just see this lady's like, I don't know what to do with this. And there were people who were going, oh my god, it'd be so bad to be that lady, like, you know, how rude of these people. And I'm like, no, you know, she was an invited speaker, and you've got to be aware of the audience you're speaking to. And the reason why I say that is she was speaking to a class of art and literature students who are graduating, who they would have started between 4 and 6 years ago on the average, right as the generative AI thing was very first starting. And in the 4 years that they're paying for tuition, they're working through this, and they're watching what could potentially be their ability to get a job in the future, potentially just vaporizing in front of them. And you're like, you gotta be aware of your audience, man. So to me, like, people are like, you know, you do a lot of public speaking, how would you feel about that? It's like, oh, if I was in her shoes, I would feel like I effed up. Because that was clearly, you misread the audience. You were not aware of the room you were talking to. Man, hey Mark, how's it going? But yeah, so it's definitely one of those things. And like, it's not one of those things where it's being taken out of context where you see like the clip going around. Like, if you watch the whole commencement speech, she, like, that's the whole thing. Like, don't get me wrong, when she got booed, you could see that she was rattled and like she never does kind of recover. Which, you know, fair enough. Like that, like being in a room with like, that was, you know, knowing UCF, that was probably like 1,000, 1,200 students in that room with her, or whatever the classes is, probably in the upper hundreds, lower thousands or whatever, because UCF is one of the largest universities in the world so far as student body. I think it's like third or fourth biggest in the US. But so yeah, being on stage and you're the center of attention and you start getting booed by an audience that side, I'm like, yeah, I bet you're rattled. Like, I can feel a certain amount of sympathy for how rattled you were, but it's like, this is a failure that you own, even if you truly believe what you're saying. Like, you gotta know your audience. It would be no different than if I'm going and I'm giving a talk and I'm sitting down with like a room full of people who have like 10, 15 years experience in software dev, and I'm gonna be like, make sure you're careful when you instantiate strings. Yeah, everyone in that room is gonna be like, oh my god, what is this person talking about? We've been doing this for 15 years. Like, give us something of substance. You know, versus if you're at the same time, you know, you got some comp sci students who haven't done any coding quite yet. They're pretty earlier in their degree. And then you start getting into, you know, cache invalidation errors and all that. And they're going, the what and the huh? What's a cache? How do you invalidate it? I'm exaggerating a little. Yeah, so the total staff is 13,139 of fall 2024. And the students is about just shy of 70,000. Yep, and I believe that's after there's been a reduction in students. I don't know about UCS specifically going on the last couple years. So yeah, 70,000 students at that university. So it is a lot of students. And you think on the average somewhere between 1 in 5 to 1 in 6 is well, actually that's not fair. I can't actually make that assumption. But you're going to have a pretty decent number of them are going to be graduating each year. It'd probably be closer to like 10 or 15%, because we got to factor in people who end up dropping out, and you know, you have some people who are in their earlier years. Cache invalidation is what you do when you buy RAM, right? Oh yeah, where did I see it? That it was a thing talking about, it's like, here's how you know you're in like a rough economy for computer parts, that you look at all of these sales for the coming up like sales season for computer stuff, and there's not a motherboard, CPU, or RAM anywhere to be found. It's just nothing but, like, monitors and mice. I mean, putting your foot in your mouth is an inherent risk of public speaking, and that includes having the audience laugh or boo you. Correct. Correct. Usually, most of the time, when you're doing public speaking, unless you're doing, like, a comedy skit or something, you usually don't have to worry too much about being booed, unless, again, you are just going in without any consideration to your audience. Which, again, she owns that failure. I mean, the only way I could see if she didn't own that failure is if, like, when it... Well, I mean, no, even then. Like, even if UCF had reached out and been like, hey, we're looking for someone to do a graduation commencement speech and all that, and, you know, she agreed to it, because you know, again, she wasn't faculty or anything like that. She was an outside person. That's normal. That's not an unusual thing. Like, that's where you hear about, like, Bill Gates or Jeff Bezos or whatever giving a commencement speech, or some politician or entertainer or whatever. You know, they're a guest thing. But yeah. But it's definitely one of those things where, you know, if they're just like a commencement speech, you'd be like, cool, like, what kind of students are we dealing with? Like, what, like, give me more information. You know, is there something you think they would be interested in hearing about? Like, any struggles that they've been facing or whatever. Like, you'd want to get that little bit of extra information, so you'd be like, all right, let me try to make a good presentation for them. Because the commencement speech is entirely about, like, it's fluff. It's something you do that people are graduating and you're being like, hey, look, man, you got through those 4 to 6 years to get your degree or whatever. You know, here's your pat in the back. You know, here's my token of wisdom for, you know, you stepping out into the workforce, into the real world and all that kind of stuff, or whatever you're doing. It's the same kind of thing if you had if you went to your high school graduations. It's the same kind of thing that, you know, typically your valedictorian or salutatorian would be giving. It's the same kind of talk about, like, hey, we're going to be, you know, going to our... The glazing you should be doing is glazing your students for surviving the university that has the nickname You Can't Finish. And managing, despite everything else, to still get to the other side. The other nickname it has is Under Construction Forever. Both are valid. Hey, Infinity Simplex, thank you so much for 375 stream streak, a really long stream streak. I really do appreciate that. Not the worst thing ever. Yeah, like, don't get me wrong. Usually these days, people don't come prepared to...
Thank you, Doc, for subscribing for 7 months.
And thank you to Call Me Doc for the 7-month sub. I really do appreciate that. Being sub to the channel for 7 months, and that's a Prime Gaming sub, which only get one of those a month to use it here. And I really do appreciate that. But yeah, no, generally speaking, people don't go to their, you know, like, commencement speeches ready to boo and, you know, throw fruit at the person there. Usually people are, like, super duper hyped about the fact that they're graduating, they're getting their piece of paper. You know, for a lot of people, that's it, college is over.
Thank you, Unstrung Bassist, for subscribing for 1 month.
And thank you for the Unstrung Bassist for the Prime Gaming sub. I do appreciate that as well, and I do hope you you enjoy your advertisement previewing as well as access to the emotes. Let's see, or considering as a lit and art students. Yeah, it just breaks out War and Peace and chucks it at the stage. Breaks someone's knee. Also, if it had been just glazing Bezos or glazing AI, people probably rolled their eye and bore it. At least that's what the classes did with dumb commencement speech, but both, you're batting 0. Well, I think that's the thing, is I think she kind of lost the audience with glazing Bezos. And then, very specifically, considering there were art and lit students, you know, AI is like the threatening, scary thing that they're dealing with right now. That'd be the same thing as, like, if we want to get an analog for, like, the older generation, it'd be the same thing as having a commencement speech and then having the person speak of how awesome the Vietnam War is and that everyone should be proud to be involved in the Vietnam War, while all these students are, like, trying desperately to not get drafted for the Vietnam War. And understandably, the reception probably not gonna be great. Obviously, I'm not saying generative AI and war are equivalents or anything here, but, you know, it is the hot button issue that was at the time versus generative AI is the hot button issue of today. And thank you, Infinity Simplex, for paying forward the gifty sub that Randall gave you, giving a sub to Mark. So Mark, you now have yourself some advertisement previewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you for all that support, kicking off that hype train, doing all that cool stuff. But yeah, so just definitely one of those things. Or, like, it'd be the same thing as during the housing market crisis, and being like, the housing market is great. It is so good for everyone involved, and meanwhile you're sitting there, you're graduating going, man, I'm going to be lucky to get a job. there's no way I'm affording a house, like, right now with what's going on. Like, that's just not in the realm of reality or anything. And then the person being like, this is great. Nothing should change about it. This is amazing. This is the future. Or to be like right at the time that we started heavily automating stuff with robotics. It'd be the same thing of going into a place where you're having like an automotive school for mechanics or whatever, and having a commencement speech about how robotics being able to replace everyone at the factory line is the future. And again, people being mildly to extraordinarily upset about it. Let's see. Oh, yeah. I'm not paying attention at all. So the problem I have is there's too many potatoes to store. Alright. So what we need to do here... As soon as you're done. Okay. So... I gotta look at potentially... Basically, probably words of wisdom is probably, here's my token of wisdom for getting a job. Maybe you should have just been born rich. Have you considered being born in a different economy? You can add more to that trailer? Yes. There's a little bit more room in the trailer, but I got about 3 stripes left, which is enough to get this trailer to about 75% from empty. So I got about 150 to 200% of what this trailer could store left in the field / in the trailer. So I either need to sell or store it. And then our potato processing plant can go through more than it could carry in a year. So what we're potentially looking at is getting ourselves a silo of some capacity to try and store potatoes. So let's see what we've got over here for silos. Alright, so I got 70,000. So you store 75, you store 75. I haven't looked to see what modded ones are. Or not mod ones, later ones that got involved. Yeah, and these are the ones that you need, like, other stuff to fill them. Yeah, so you can get the one with 150,000 liters. I might do that. The question is, where do I actually want to put these? That's a question. Like, I can put them down here is one option, but I'm probably going to be putting more sugar mills here for when we get our sugar beets. And I don't want to go this far over. I mean, I could put them way down here. You know what? Honestly, I think I'm going to go way down here. I think that's what we're going to do, is we're going to put them down here. Let's put them down here along the along where the potatoes are, because then I can go and make that path go down farther. It's going to be by the trees where I don't have a... We're not going to be like farming there. Well, actually... Oh yeah, no, that's forest. We probably won't make a path through there. Not for a while. Yep, I think right there will do. Alright, so let's go do this. Smooth. That way we don't deal with any, like, really rough edges around there. You can worry about doing other fancy stuff with that in a minute. In the meantime, let's get these dropped off. Now, unlike real life, in Farm Sim, you can store multiple types of crops in one silo, and then remove them or add them in as needed. But with this, I can start storing extra stuff in here, and all that. So I can choose to sell them when they're at better prices, or store them for when I need them, you know, in the buildings or whatever. You haven't played Farms in a while? Yeah. No, that's the thing, is I made, like, all the false little roads around here and whatnot. Ooh. Do you not... Oh! Oh, crap. If I immediately delete you, how badly does that cost me money between the two? That gives me 30,000. What was the initial purchase of that? It was 60, so we lost 30. Alright, we're just selling it. We're just selling it. It's fine. I'll end up cleaning this area up later anyways. It does mean we'll get like a tiny window that the potato plant isn't running each year. But it's fine. We can potentially fix it later. That was the thing. I even tried to look and they just don't have the symbols of what the silos carry. I know they can carry the grains and all that, but there's a lot of stuff that, yeah, like in real life, building X can't hold this. Like, that's fine, no one cares. Because in video game lets you do a lot of stuff anyways. Alright, so in the end it'll have lost me, you know, again, 30,000 that I could have otherwise got. Well, actually, it'd be closer to, like, 35 because I did smooth the terrain and all that, but that's fine. That's always the danger with building stuff in the game. It is one reason with a lot of games like this one, I do really, really wish if you built something and deleted it immediately kind of thing, or very shortly after, like same in-game day, let's say, that you would get your full money back. Because it's not like in real life, obviously you do have mistakes happen where stuff gets built and all that, and it's not, you know, in the right place or orientation or whatever. But you get, like, this continuous, you can look at it, and you have, like, your plan. You have so many options, like, so many opportunities to stop and be like, hey, that's not right, let's fix that. Versus, you know, in video game, you click and it's just there and the money's gone. And so it is definitely one of those things that I'm a high fan, like, I'm very much a fan of being like, hey, man, in your games, that kind of stuff, you need an undo button, where you at least need some type of opportunity or option that the player can, you know, get their money back so it doesn't hurt them and all that stuff. It caught the word ram-I as sex-based term, which is a stretch. We don't have auto mod cranked up particularly high. Yeah, it's definitely one of those things like, okay, I can see what you mean with ram-I sex-based term, but also that's a stretch. So what I think I'll do is I will deliberately hold off selling this trailer of potatoes. And what we will do is the next in-game day, when we start the day, I'm going to drop off the load of potatoes, and that should cover having the potato processing plant run for the whole year. Because it was going to be about just barely a month short of running for the full year with a full load. And so with this, I have basically more than a month's worth of potatoes ready to go in it whenever I need. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to grab myself a new drink. So while we're waiting on the harvester to get here... Actually, here, we'll tab over to the harvester. While we're waiting for the harvester to finish up what's doing, I'm going to grab myself a new drink and I'll be right back. And thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. I didn't park at a good spot, chat. I was walking by and like Toom was going through a bunch of these, like has a bunch of articles she was reading, and it was just this weird article that was like, you know, I ate popcorn every day for a week and here's what happened in my brain. I'm like, that isn't nearly enough time to be relevant for anything. It's like, even if you ate exclusively popcorn for a week, that's not enough to be meaningful science at that point. Okay, so yeah, this absolutely full. So my hope is that the harvester has enough capacity left in it to take the rest of the field and hold it in the harvester. And then what I could do here is I can park this thing up to empty it out into the field, or into the potato processing plant in the morning, and that should give me enough potatoes to run for the whole year. And then whatever's in the harvester, we'll just sell it. And that's fine. But yeah, eventually I'm gonna need the ability to do some crop storage. I still, it's not the right decision. I still low-key want to get, there's a Volvo semi-truck that it has like the hydraulic for pulling the containers up onto the back of it. There is not, that I've been able to find, a reason to ever use that as like your decision of which one to go with. And I kind of want to go with that because what I could arguably do is for these extra bit of potatoes, I could keep like 2 or 3 of those bins and just lay them around. You're gonna test that feeding guinea pigs popcorn for a week makes cute emotes and is very probably a very bad idea. Just don't feed them popcorn in the first place. So unless you're a guinea pig, it does nothing. Well, like, when I walked by, because I read the title, I was like, I even said to her, I was like, I don't think a week's long enough to do anything. And the person was like, I was slightly more regular. I'm like, oh, okay, it's got dietary fiber in it. Sure. Even then, I don't think a week is enough to get, like, a really good idea on how much that's helping you with the dietary fiber front either. Like, you can numerically see it's better. But, like, being able to say, hey, you're regular overall... It's like, man, that is not a long enough test time to get a good answer, because you could get, like, the brief bump up that immediately falls off kind of thing. Because one imagines you're probably not going to spend months of your life just eating popcorn every day. Give it 2 or 3 weeks and you have scurvy. I actually don't know how long it takes for scurvy to set in. Like, we're just not getting the vitamins you need, how long it takes before it's a real problem. I don't genuinely worry about scurvy to my day-to-day basis. I like tacos too much. I like salsa too much. And the many other things full of, like, onions and tomatoes and peppers and all these other things that are good sources of vitamins. You know, and also, while there's very little redeeming value in sodas, they do have a tendency to have lots of citric acid in them. And citric acid is just vitamin C. They use it as a preservative. Yeah, we should be... Alright, get... Like, you got this little bit left, you're just gonna shoot right down the middle. Just get out of the way. Let's see, even the infamous documentary where he ate all fast food was so wrong it's completely useless. It's still brought up today and you hate it. Yeah, there's, I've had that discussion before. That, like, when it comes to documentaries, there's ones that are useful that are like, you know, hey, this is, like, here's how the space program to going to the moon worked, here's what, like, the launches, and, oh man, they're really worried about that, whether or not this one is going to succeed, and they had some pretty awful setbacks, but they, like, you know, that kind of thing, where it's more just like a telling of history. Those documentaries tend to be relatively good. You know, they'll get information wrong because, you know, people are human and whatever, but they'll try their best, and usually it's, at the time the documentary was made, it's mostly good, and then we discover things later on that, you know, according to Google, it typically takes at least a month up to 3 months. That's a long time. Makes sense. But yeah, then you get to stuff like Blackfin and Super Size Me and all those. And it's a very deliberate strategy to present as if you're presenting both sides of the argument, but you clearly go out of your way, like, out of your way to, like, you know, you'll present both sides of the argument, but you'll present the side you're siding with, like, very well, and kind of really not do a great job on the other one, to deliberately skew it and all that. Like, don't get me wrong, this isn't coming to McDonald's defense. That crap's terrible for you. But at the same time, like, the whole point of it was to just kind of dumpster on McDonald's. Which, granted, it was no secret that people knew McDonald's food was incredibly unhealthy. Still. But, like, even stuff like Blackfin and all that, where, you know, yeah, there's some awful things, but they would do stuff where they'd be, like, talking about SeaWorld and then showing footage from a completely different zoo. And to be like, you know, SeaWorld is bad, and they show, like, this person, like, whipping a... Not whipping, that's exaggerating. But, you know, this killer whale being horribly mistreated, and it's like, by the way, that's not SeaWorld. That's a completely different zoo you're seeing. Now, again, not that SeaWorld didn't also participate in that practice, which is still a problem. But it is one of those things that, like, it leads you to a false conclusion about what's actually going on. Because the other zoos they were showing were a lot of these really smaller, sketchier ones. Like, gives you a business idea. You should make a snack bar called Break. When people say, I'm taking a break, their brain will compel them to take one of the snack bars, and sales will surge. Also, one could spoof Kit Kat ads. Take a break, person breaks, break TM snack bar in half and crumbles on the floor because it's cheap and dry. Perfect. Exactly how it should be. Okay, so we got the potatoes harvested. That's all going well. We got the canola handled. That should be all fine. Next month we do the long grain rice, and then the month after that we deal with the other thing. Let's make sure, I'm pretty sure we do not flood the field this month. But we can just double check. Because we walk up to this and we hit that button. Yep, it doesn't give me the flooding option. It looks like I might have missed a day of flooding the field because I'm bad at keeping track of things in the game, and I really need to get myself a mod to you know, as I go each month, be like, this month, have these things show up. But it is what it is. So regardless, let us go ahead and go to sleep in-game, advancing our time. Gluten-free tomatoes and food in general outside grains is a wasted label, a product that this gluten is only found during the milling grains. Yeah, no, I know that. Like, that happens. Like, you have, like, diet water and all that. Or, you know, water, 0 calories and all that. You have stuff that's labeled such that it horribly misleads. Is this better than 22? I mean, literally, if you take 22, it's like 22, but they've added more to it, and they've improved stuff. Like, literally, it's got all of the stuff that 22 had, and then. Now, you could be like, is the extra stuff worth it? And that's certainly a discussion to be had, but is it better than 22? The answer is going to be yes. With how Farm Sim does their games, they always take what's in the previous game and add to it. And I've not heard of any point there being a regression with Farm Sim. Like, where you played one and then go to the other, and then you, like, noticeably have things get worse or something. So 22 is still good. You have that one, but you haven't played it. You haven't played since 2019. Well, I mean, Farm Sim 22 is still good in a complete game and all that. Like I said, this is literally like 22, but has more. It also has a lot of quality of life additions and all that. But like 22 is a perfectly playable game and all that still. Just like 22 versus 19, 22 is effectively 19 and more. So like you have better graphics, there's more crops, all that stuff. Your favorite is plant-based things that don't come in our variety, plant-based flour as opposed to meat-based, plastic-based, plant-based chocolate. I mean, plant-based chocolate I could see because a lot of chocolate uses a lot of cream. So I could see at least a little argument on that one. But, you know, the other one's like plant-based flour or whatever. Like, don't get me wrong, it is likely they can become gluten-free or cross-contaminated. In that case, they're concerned because of health risks associated. Yeah. Yeah, but usually when it comes to a lot of stuff like that, though, if it's not reasonable to expect a cross-contamination between two things, and they don't put it on the label that, like, you know, like, let's say it's flour, and for whatever reason in the same flour plant, they're also processing peanuts. They don't do that, but let's just pretend for a moment they are. You would have to package your flour that was processed in that plant as, you know, may contain or be exposed to whatever peanuts. Because otherwise, if you buy the flour and you get a peanut reaction from it, because it was contaminated with peanuts, it's not reasonable for the consumer to expect that, because that is an absurd thing. And so usually that's where you'll get like some candies and all that that'll be like, you know, your like your sugary candies that aren't peanut whatever. But if you look on the back of the packaging, they'll be like, you know, this product is made in a plant that may, you know, may result in contamination with peanuts, yada yada yada. You know, and that's how they legally cover their base. But in the absence of that, if I say, for example, I bought a box of Nerds, and then I, you know, got seriously sick from a peanut allergy from my box of Nerds, you know, very genuinely, I would have a reasonable basis for a legal action, because again, who would expect Nerds to be contaminated with peanuts considering they do not contain them, at least as far as I'm aware. So like you trying to do the best for your own health and avoid an allergen, you just don't have a path to avoid it. Okay, radar harvest. Seems like you could really build up your farm more now. Yep. Yeah, no, with Farm Sim 22, they added production lines as part of the base game. My understanding is in Farm Sim 2019, you could get mods to do it. This is all base game. Like, the map is a modded map, And then I have like one or two like quality of life mods, and that's it. But like all these buildings here, so far as my sugar plant and my oil mill and all of that is all that's just base game, and that got introduced in Farm Sim 22. They did massively expand on that in Farm Sim 25, and they're continuing to expand on it. Because every time they add new crops nowadays, they add production lines to go with those crops and yada yada. One of the things they did add is rice fields and all that. You're a nerd, you're also crazy, but the Florida crazy? I'm so sorry. Alright. Oh, right. We needed to check on the canola field to make sure it didn't have weeds in it. That's fine. Alright. Let's see, a lot of companies to cut edges and produce cheaper, and things happen a lot because there's adding way to everything. It's dirt cheap. And you can write protein on it. You can call it a day, but suddenly your stuff isn't vegetarian anymore. Yep. Yep. You run into lots and lots of issues around a bunch of that. Yeah, I forgot to flood my rice field one time, so some of the rice died. Okay, so you're good there. You'll be used tomorrow. Alright. So realistically, where I've got you positioned here, I'll need this on the other side. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I forgot just 1 month to run the pump. It's like the third time I've done this. Like I said, I need to get a mod that is calendar sensitive. That when I advance the month to like August, where it's like, okay, here's the 3 things you've labeled that need doing in August. Actually, you know what I can probably do? I'll make this easier. Because basically that harvester is going to fill up before it finishes this row. You can pull this up onto the rice field. Yeah, because that's actually one of the difference between Farm Sim 22 and 25 is now we have rice. There's 2 different varieties, and you have to flood rice fields. So you plant your crop and then you fill it up with water. You're gonna wait for it to fill up. That'll be just this first pass that's the problem. There we go. Is that harvesting and seeding? In what regard? We're harvesting right now. As far as the flooding goes, it depends on the rice. Long grain rice, you plant it, then you flood it, let it dry, and then harvest it. If it's regular rice, you flood it, plant it, flood it, harvest it. Wait, man, what's spinning back field? No, that's just, with rice, the only thing you actually want are the seeds. It's like wheat and all that. So it's just taking all the rest of the not grain part and just chucking it back in the ground, just grinding it up and spitting it out. There's a lot of crops that you process the stuff that isn't the part you actually care about and just put it back in the ground. Like sugarcane, you only care about the actual like reed in the middle of it, so they'll just rip off all the leaves and kick it back in the ground. Okay. I believe with the rice you only have one header row, so be a lot less of a hassle the next pass. Okay. But yeah, so it's like there's a bunch. Like canola, you only want the seeds, so you grind up the rest of it and chuck it in the ground. Sunflowers, you only want the seeds, so you grind up the rest of it and chuck it on the ground. With like green beans and peas and all that, you care about just like the little things off it, so you grind up and chuck it on the ground. And what do you mean by automation lines in the game? Automation lines? I don't believe I said automation lines. Production lines. So production lines is like right here. I'm taking my rice and I'm dropping it off. I own this building. And what this building is going to do is it's going to take that rice and it's going to process it into rice oil, which is a different product that I can then sell the rice oil. But to give you an idea, so I've got my field of canola right over here. So I grow the canola and I harvest that, and I take that canola and I put it in my oil mill here. I pull this up. You'll see that I have like canola in here. It's getting processed into canola oil. And that canola oil, I would then go and load up onto a trailer and take the canola oil down the road over here. Where I've got a potato processing plant. So then what ends up happening is I take all that canola oil, I bring it over to this building, and then once this building has canola oil, well, has oil or whatever, and potatoes, it starts making potato chips. So we got ourselves bags of potato chips being produced here. So if we look at this one, I've got the potatoes as one input and the canola oil as another. I could also choose to do olive oil or sunflower oil. Do you still go to town to sell it with your truck? You can just sell it. Like, that's the thing. I could take the canola and I could sell it in town, and I would get a little bit of money for the canola. I could take the canola, take it to my plant, and turn it into canola oil and sell it in town, and it would get more money than the canola by itself. I can also then take the potato chips, which are, again, you know, the canola, then the canola oil, then the potato chips, and it will be worth more than the previous stages. So it's kind of one of those things that each line through the production you go, you basically increase its value. Yeah, this is a New Holland. Is 22 like that? Yes. 22 also has that, and you can choose to not do that if you don't want. But it is effectively a multiplier that, while it's not exactly the math, on the average, you're going to get about 1.5 times whatever you put in a production line out the other side. There are a couple of exceptions that go way more or way less, but broadly speaking, if you take a product, put it into a production line, you're going to get somewhere in the ballpark of 1.5 out the other side. So when I take something like rice here is not particularly lucrative by itself, but once I make it into oil, it's worth quite a bit more. And once I make it into potato chips, it should be worth quite a bit more than that. But it's... Oh, I just realized it's on the wrong side. Well, womp womp. You're gonna fill up any second now. But yeah, like I said, I think mods in Farm Sim 2019 introduced production lines, but it's Farm Sim 22 that they just made it part of the game. I believe is the case. You never heard of rice oil? Yeah, no, rice oil is used for, you wouldn't use it typically for, like, the same things you'd use, say, for olive oil, like, just regular day-to-day cooking. It's usually when you're trying to specifically get flavor from it. If you've ever gotten hot oil, like spicy oil, that's used in some Asian foods, a lot of times that could be rice oil. There are some oils you do specifically for flavor reasons. Like, broadly speaking, oil for oil's sake, people usually use olive oil, vegetable oil, maybe canola oil, but usually that's kind of creeping into something you do it more for the flavor than for the, you know, I need oil to cook with. Yeah, toasted sesame oil is another one you do flavors. You do for flavor reasons. I believe sunflower oil is the same way. A lot of people use sunflower oil. It's because you're trying to get specific flavors. Like avocado oil? That's one I'm unfamiliar with, but yeah, I would assume it'd be the same thing. I've never seen avocado oil, but yeah. I would imagine it's the same thing. You're trying to go for a specific flavor, so you get avocado oil as opposed to, you know, vegetable oil or whatever. Sunflower is considered a neutral oil there? Gotcha. Yeah, we don't see sunflower oil here very often at all. You know, I can see the appeal of avocado oil. I can take a guess of what that probably tastes like. Avocado oil is also used because it's got a super high smoke point. Gotcha, so you don't have to worry about accidentally causing it to burn that easy. You can just smoke up your whole house. Or kitchen or whatever. More than canola? Interesting. Yeah, no, here in the States, I would say it's probably what? Vegetable oil is probably the most common, then olive oil, and then maybe after that, canola oil. And then once you're down past that, you're probably just talking, you know, 1 or 2 brands kind of for the other stuff. Like, they're available, but none of them are particularly prevalent after that. Let you cook stuff very hot. Yeah, no, I got you with that. That's cool. Nothing I ever thought about. Yeah, like broadly in the States, when you go to the grocery store, it's mostly vegetable oil, olive oil, as like the 2 big ones you see the most of. And then once you get past there, it's like canola, and then you start seeing other stuff, sesame oil. But like, to give you an idea, you'll have like a whole section that'll be like vegetable oil, and a pretty big section that'll be olive oil. And then past that, you'll have like 1 or 2 brands of each of them. Also good for seasoning barbecue grills and stuff like that. That's neat. I hadn't heard of that. It makes sense. I think canola is much bigger here in the Midwest than olive. Gotcha. Interesting. Yeah, like, no, definitely, like, canola is definitely very prevalent here. I would say olive oil has a much larger presence here, but, like, canola would be probably, like, the third most common one. You know, and then vegetable oil is kind of your catch-all oil, which is the reason you see it there, that if you just need oil and you're not looking for anything specific, it's usually just vegetable oil. Sorry, just one moment. There was just a question that I got asked earlier. That's like, oh, I need to circle by and answer that. Okay. Alright, so we got one more pass on the rice field. As your parents have kind of switched from canola to sunflower back to canola during the years, you've mostly been using sunflower in your life. It's also what supermarkets have as their super standard store brand. Gotcha. I was trying to remember, like, with health stuff and all that stuff. I was trying to remember, like, there was one of the common oils that was particularly not great for you, and my brain always wants to say it's canola, but I don't think that's the one. But it's like one of them is just the, I think it was like the types of fats in it were a little different than most of the other oils. That it was like, oh yeah, this one's not great. Let's see, fun fact, there's no such thing as a canola plant to get canola oil from. And thank you for the follow, welcome to the stream. The plant is called rapeseed, but Canada didn't want to sell the oil named rape, so they named it canola. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the same thing we have here in the US, as we call it canola as well. That we're like, yeah, we don't really want to call it that. Yeah, olive oil is common here too. Italy is around the corner, after all, but the specific taste doesn't really fit the taste of classic German kitchen. Yeah. Sunflower's big there, but you live in Kansas? That's interesting. I didn't realize it'd be so, like, very so wildly in the US. Like, obviously, around the world, it makes sense. And I guess it does make sense for it in the US, it's just not a thing that crossed my mind before. That's like, oh yeah, you know, in this part of the country, you would be likely to have a lot more of, you know, crop A versus B, so you end up getting, you know, a lot more of their products. Sure, checks out, makes sense. You just didn't think about that in the context of oil. You love your stream, your farm as well? Nice. You know, it was, interesting. I have no idea on that one, Infinity Simplex. That's the first I've heard of that. What map are you using? So, this is a modded map called Frontierlands. I think it was Frontierlands. It's Frontier something. It's a modded map. It was like one of the very first modded maps that came out for Farm Sim 25. But it is your, like, No Man's Land style map, where it's just wilderness and you kind of build up from there. You know, with the handful of things that the game needs to operate. You know, like a sell point, buy point, that kind of thing. Well, sell point, garage, that kind of thing. Alright, so let's double check all our stuff. So we got all this is going fine, the oil mill's running fine, sugar mill's and all that doing its thing. The thing we want to check is on our calendar, so with this, the canola, we've already got that planted. We're good. We got the long grain rice we've harvested, nothing else to do till April. We've got the potatoes, we've harvested that, nothing to do till March. And then we've got the sugar cane, which we harvest tomorrow. You're trying to build a community in streaming, like of streamers, or just like the broad building a community broadly speaking. There's definitely a lot of people who stream farm sim and similar games and all that stuff. Like there's a pretty big following. It's one of those games that on the platform, yeah, it has its dips and all that. But farm sim usually is one of the ones that stays in like the top 100 viewership on the platform pretty consistently, almost forever. Does he appreciate the breakdown? You don't dress it up in UK. We call it what it is. You don't know what a canola was. Well, it's kind of one of those things that if it is like its own like sub-breed of it, then it makes sense that like you have like a specific flavor, as it were. Okay, so nothing we care about there. So now it's time to get you going around. And make sure your repairs are topped off so you get full yield. All right. Yeah, I mean, like, if I grew up with it being called rapeseed, I wouldn't think anything of it. Obviously, like I said, that's just... Like, if you were just here in the US, you're like, hey, you know, where can I get some rapeseed? I think you're going to find a lot of people will look at you and be like, you what? Get you what now? You definitely have a number of people who would be familiar with the other name for it. And it'd be like, oh, we call that canola here. That's probably why you're not finding it. But yeah. Counter argument, Hef. They do make curry. So it's one of those things, you get a whole lot of beige and curry. So they either don't season or they season. I actually enjoy a lot of British food. Granted, the meme about it always being it's either boiled or baked or whatever, there's a certain amount of truth there. Not literally all of it, but there's definitely a trope for a reason. I mean, you find that a misconception, but you guess that's your opinion versus the stereotype. Rapeseed oil is crazy. That's the thing, like, in a lot of the world, that is what it's called. It's just because it's not using the word rape like, you know, a sex act or whatever. It's just a different term that has the same name. But yeah, no, with a lot of modern stuff, people are like, yeah, I don't want to call it that. Like, yeah, I don't want to call it that. Well, it's interestingly, when it comes to, like, seasonings, like, even putting pepper on food is a fairly modern thing. Like, pepper used to be, like, considered a bougie rich person thing. You know, and eventually it became a thing that you might have as, like, you know, someone in, like, middle class or whatever, you know, kind of, well, you might have it for holidays or whatever. You don't sell pepper in the UK? I'd be surprised about that. Like, in the past, when it was, like, a thing way back, sure, maybe. But modern day, I'd be surprised that they don't. You're trying to build a streaming community? Yeah, no, you said that. And I was kind of asking what you meant by that. Just playing around. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. It is a little bit of a meme that There's a bunch of places around here who do like food and wine events. And it is one of those things that they'll have like in the area, they'll be like, here's the area that does like Ireland, here's the area that does the UK, here's the area that does like Scotland, and they won't have stuff for like food and wine. They just won't have anything at all. And it's like, come on, man. There's stuff there. Break out some bangers and mash. Bangers and mash is a really good time. And check out the Int's, absolutely a fantastic content creator. Highly, highly, highly recommend and all that good stuff. Does stream in German as a heads up. I missed what you were playing last. I was focusing on not hitting a tree. But does like a lot of stuff like Coral Island, Stardew Valley, that kind of thing, among other stuff. So definitely good times over there and all that. But let me go ahead and let that through. But yeah, no, that's the thing. Like when it comes to like British and Irish and all that cuisine, like general in that whole area and all that stuff. But like broadly speaking with that, there's not much of that I would say I don't like. Like don't get me wrong, with some of like the steamed veggies and all that, that can be pretty hit and miss with me. But outside of that, like the actual like food like main courses and all that I really enjoy. Like fish and chips is fantastic. You know, the many flavors of like baked goods. Meat pies are fantastic. I can go for a good meat pie. Like that's one thing I'll give them. They do like savory pies and all that, and I really appreciate that. Because I'm just not a sweet tooth kind of person. Yeah, Big Joe, like I see that you're saying that you're new to streaming on Twitch and all that stuff. And it's it comes to like building a community in games or whatever, like say like you're saying you're like trying to build a community in Farm Sim. There are actually already a very large number of people who do play Farm Sim. So like building a community kind of doesn't mean a thing because there's already kind of a community. Now, it's not like we all hop onto a mutual Discord or whatever outside of, like, those of us who are partners with Giant Software. Sure, we're on there with a bunch of other creators who also play it and all that. And that's something you'd have to, like, deal with Giants. Usually you're going to have to be of a certain size channel just because, there's too many channels for them to get everyone in just in general. Like, it's not to be, like, a exclusive club or whatever. But, broadly speaking, and I'm doing this because, trying to do everything on the up and up, and you're mentioning you're new on Twitch. Generally speaking, when it comes to being like, hey, I'm building a whatever community and all that, unless it's something like, for example, I advocate for people with disabilities and neurodivergent conditions and all that kind of stuff. Like, if someone's going on and being like, hey, I'm building up a group around this, I see that you're in there. Usually you will, like, privately DM that kind of person, not jump in the channel and do that. Not like you haven't done anything wrong. But I could definitely see where someone could misinterpret as that you're like trying to build up your channel by jumping into someone else's channel to promote it, which is self-promotion against Twitch etiquette. I highly recommend one of the first things you should probably do is there are the docs on Twitch in like your help support area. And they have a whole bunch of stuff for like new content creators and all that, and like It isn't just, hey man, read your documentation or anything like that. It's like, no, there's really good stuff in there. Really useful good stuff in there. And I definitely recommend going through that. Because you can unintentionally do stuff that's faux pas. Because you just don't know about it. And so it is one of those things to be careful about that. But yeah, no, there's definitely a decent number of people who play like Farm Sim on the platform and all that. A lot of us all know each other. It's just a thing that happens over time. You'll broadly find, unless it's like a very, very busy category, like, your Call of Duties or whatever, Fortnite and that, you'll generally find people will start to get to know each other within a category because you end up raiding back and forth. And that's usually how you organically grow your channels. is you play the game, you have whatever value you are offering your audience, and there's a bunch of different things. You can be informative, you can just be, like, it's always entertaining, but you can be like a very informative content creator, you can be a very silly content creator, you can like push like Twitch integration, interaction kind of thing. There's lots of different values you can offer, but you focus on that side yourself. And it is one thing that consistency is king. As much as you can be consistent is good. So like trying to hold, you know, similar hours, similar times of days, you know, a very consistent schedule, have whatever the broad type of content you offer is fairly consistent. Obviously there's some wiggle around and all that. And then on top of that, doing stuff like, you know, raiding into other people's communities when you wrap up your stream. Raiding is a great way of getting yourself known to others and whatnot. There's also generally being a constructive, positive member of other people's communities and all that. And the key thing there is you have to be very, very careful about anything like you being like, I also stream a lot. Like, it's not that you can never say that or anything, but we do run into a lot of people who they join for the wrong reasons. That you'll see, like, they'll join someone's Discord, and you look through the messages they post on the Discord, and it'll be nothing but promoting their own channel. And it's not a matter of being like, oh, you're stealing my audience or anything like that. But then you're going, okay, well, this person's, like, the only thing they're bringing here is, like, promoting themselves. And I'm not saying you're doing that. I'm just kind of giving, like, just broad generalizations on the content side of things. There's also, if you go to the Twitch subreddit, ignore the actual conversations on the Twitch subreddit. Half of them are awful. Half of them will have you believing stuff that's inherently not true. But on the right side there's also a bunch of being like, hey, I'm a new channel, how do I grow myself? You know, hey, what are some, you know, common things? How do I set OBS? Like, all these kind of things. There's a lot of good resources there as well. And the mods do their best on the subreddit. It's just there's not enough of them versus way too many other people. And a lot of unfortunate misinformation goes on in that subreddit. Like, lurkers count. Every couple months people come up talking about how lurkers don't count. They count. They always have. And for as far as we can tell, they always will, because it would be counter to Twitch's business interest for them to not count. Like, genuinely, if anything, Twitch would want to, you know, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, make lurkers count even more than less. They don't do that because then once they start misleading things, it's going to piss off all the advertisers and all that. But they're definitely not going to make them not count. That'd cost Twitch money. You'll have people claim that, like, lurkers watch ads versus browse away. Yep, this is the truth. Absolutely. Well, and then plus, like, genuinely speaking, lurkers make up like 70 or 80% of the viewership for the entire platform. If suddenly they stopped counting, it wouldn't be, oh, you had a little dip in your viewership. It would be utter free fall. Like, it would be sky is falling chaos. Like, you wouldn't have people grumbling a little bit and being like, hey, I think this is a thing. You would have people like rattling the cages, panic as suddenly their financial well-being just vanishes overnight. Like, if Twitch were ever to make lurkers not count, this channel's done. Like, there's no maneuvering. The channel would be dead. Straight up dead. There would be zero chance of me being able to continue it. This might surprise people, but the typical streamer would not be able to endure a roughly 70% reduction in revenue. That's you know, the typical person is not prepared to budget for like the 70-80% reduction in income suddenly overnight. So you're doing your sugarcane. That's fine. There's nothing to deal with here. Did I check the sales right today? Yeah, it's all junk I don't care about. I was just double checking to make sure that was actually true. Because, like, don't get me wrong, we could get, like, the giant tractor here for doing bigger cultivation stuff, but I don't really need it. There's other stuff I need way more. Like, just getting a straight-up lorry would be good. There'd be around 10 viewers? Yeah, no, to give you an idea, like, you know, the channel we're sitting here, I usually average, like, for the overall stream, like, right now, I'm averaging around the ballpark of 180 viewers over the course of the whole stream. So, you know, it'll be lower on the earlier part, higher on the end part. If we were to take that hit and lurkers stopped counting, I would suddenly go down to about 20 or 30, like, it'd be around 30 viewers? 35 viewers? That'd be rough. To say that'd be rough, I think Twitch would basically die practically overnight if that were to ever happen. If you suddenly had a dip of like 70-80%, like, people would stop streaming, it would be completely demoralizing, all that kind of stuff. Even the big creators who are pulling in, you know, 2,000-3,000 people, imagine them suddenly dropping to like 400. Yeah, it would be complete death sentence to the platform. Did you get a warehouse yet? No, why would I get a warehouse? I don't understand why I would do that. What problem would getting a warehouse solve for me? Like, don't get me wrong, later on there's uses for warehouses. But, like, right now, for my ability to make money, to store excess stuff? Like what? I don't understand. Let's see, you do believe you can't lurk multiple streams out? Is that true? Not so, as stated, no. There's an asterisk, sort of. Basically, when it comes to the whole thing, is Twitch will let you watch multiple streams at the same time, and you will count in those streams at the same time. So you have multiple tabs open in your browser or whatever. But there's a limit that you can only go so many tabs before you stop counting in any of the tabs. And while they won't say the exact number, because the moment they do, then every view botting platform or whatever will suddenly set themselves to exactly that amount. But, the safe number people keep quoting is 3. Is that you can watch 3 and you're fine. We don't know exactly what it is over that. It could be like something that's dynamic or whatever. From what I have seen, it can be higher than that. And from what I've talked to Twitch staff at TwitchCon, it is implied that it's potentially higher than that. But again, we won't get the exact number. To be fair, if you are watching, you know, more than 3 tabs, let's be real, you're not actually watching them. You're like, even with 3 tabs, you're hopping between them. But once you start getting like 4 and 5 or whatever tabs, oh, I can speed up time. At that point, like, you're spending a little bit of time on one channel, and then you might hop to the other. And it's all of this pushing is not to, you know, screw the content creator or anything like that. It's to deal with view botting, which is very genuinely a very serious problem going on the platform right now. And it's still not a huge percentage of the overall view is view botting. It's a relatively small percentage from my understanding. But it is still significantly harmful. Yeah, no, absolutely. You're hopping from one to the other. And yeah, like 3 is about the limit that if you look at the viewership on the platform from like the data they showed, and people are like authentically watching versus like people are just opening a dozen tabs to support their content creators or view botting, which when you open the dozen tabs for all the content creators you're friends of because you want to count in all of them, it is kind of a manual form of view botting. You aren't watching those channels. You are padding those numbers. And again, it's not that you mean to do so in a nefarious way. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But it is artificially inflating that despite not actually watching. Now, granted, I'm not going to make a stink and be like, you should be suspended or anything like that. I don't think it's like that dire. I don't think it's that big a deal. But it is one of those things where people get upset about it. It's like, yeah, but you're not. We all want to help all of our friends. And it is one of those things that sometimes you can't help that many people at the same time. But yeah, it is one of those things that I usually limit myself to 3. And that's not like, and that's kind of even before that, because I found once you got over that, for at least me, I'd start to get a headache because there's too much stuff going on, even if I'm cranking down the noise really low and all that stuff. Does muting 2/3? Muting has no effect on whether or not you count. In a lot of cases, Twitch can't see if you're muted depending on how you mute, because you can mute from the system side of it, you can mute it on the tab, and then you can mute it in the in-screen browser. And Twitch can only see if you were to mute the actual video on your screen, but they don't check that. They don't care. Like, that's nothing they care about. And it's just the same thing. People be like, oh, you only count if you're active in chat. That's also not true. You'll see some clips that got out there that are very viral of like people being like, oh, I've got like 80 viewers. Okay, chat, say something. Everyone say something and let's see. Oh my god, the number blew up. And the reality is there's a couple different things going on there. The first one is they usually do that during an ad break, because that's when they're not busy doing something else anyways. And you will see, like, you can watch your analytics, and you'll see when the ad happens, it dips down and comes back up. And that's just because of the nature of how the ads are served. Viewers kind of become not viewers for a couple of seconds while the ads, well, for a minute or so, or whatever the ad length is, while the ads are going on. Don't... Whatever. So they become like a not viewer for those couple of seconds. So what ends up happening is they won't be paying attention to your viewership before the ad break. And then during the ad break, they'll look down at their thing and be like, oh, let's see if, you know, when you talk in chat, it matters. And so their viewer count will drop because of that thing during the ad break. And there's a delay on it. And everyone will type out their messages and, you know, 10, 20, 30 seconds or whatever will go by. And then where they come back from the ad break, it'll jump back up to the actual viewership amount, kind of making it look like suddenly you started counting everybody. But again, that's not it. The other thing that happens, and this isn't on Twitch, this is a browser feature, is there are a lot of browsers that have some type of sleep, idle, whatever, save your resources mode, where it'll put the tab in an idle state, effectively an inactive sleep state. And the thing that people don't realize is the stream connection and the connection to Twitch so far as chat and all that stuff are two separate connections, just how it works under the hood. And so what ends up happening is you tab out, you're now in the background tab, and the part that Twitch tracks, where chat is and everything, that goes away. That gets effectively disconnected. You are no longer connected to Twitch's server. So where they track that you're there, that's gone now. And that's not a thing that Twitch is doing deliberately. That is your browser has pulled the plug on that connection. Meanwhile, the browser does hold the connection to the stream open, because that's just part of how they design those things, so that, you know, you wouldn't be listening to Spotify in your browser and then tab it away, and then suddenly your music would stop. And so that's just kind of a thing they've got going on with that. And so you can run into that problem where your browser itself, to save resources like RAM and all that, is effectively putting those tabs into an idle state. And you can turn that off. But like, and all the major browsers have it this day, whether you have Chrome or Brave or Edge or, you know, I don't know about Firefox, but I would assume it has one as well. And let's be honest, nobody out there is using Safari. There's probably the one person there who's like, but I use Safari. I'm so sorry for you. Right now you're using that in Opera? Yeah, I'm using Opera GX right now, and it has its equivalent. They all do. And it's like, it's a good feature to have. It's a good feature to have. Like, you don't want it where you pull up like 10 or so tabs and then suddenly your computer just practically shuts down because it's now using like 12 gigs of RAM, because the days of websites optimizing themselves are long over. And so your browser caches everything and all that. but at the same time, that is the implication. And there's nothing on Twitch's end it can do. Like, the browser is physically disconnecting it from Twitch. You're using Opera, but it's not safe in that. You're using Vivaldi, but your phone is still on Safari. Okay, well, if you're using an iPhone, then yeah, like that's mobile operating system. Yeah. I mean, obviously, like mobile operating system, all the browsers suck. Like, it's then we're sitting there and it's like, well, I'm not as terrible as you are. Yeah, well, I'm not as terrible as you are. Well, I do this one thing less awful. That's the mobile browser situation, is being like, you're not saying which browser is better, you're going kind of which browser is least worse. I'll just catch it on this side. Okay. You can watch it harvest for a minute. And for those who are looking at this being like, wait, this doesn't have an internal storage. This is one of the only mods we got. We got this with an internal storage. I actually wish it had a smaller internal storage to be a little bit more balanced. But it's just a thing that the AI just doesn't work well with things without an internal storage, so I just got a mod to give it one. Like, it's a modified version of the vehicle that has it just so the AI works well. Has it given the web is probably browsed more by phone than PCs nowadays? You think they make the browsers better? I mean, I wonder what the mobile use case is up to. Like, historically, when I last looked, mobile browsing was still like in the 30-ish percentile, you know, give or take wildly depending on the specific websites or whatever you're going to. Because I imagine stuff like websites like TikTok and YouTube and that kind of thing, and Spotify, I imagine they do have a very high mobile use case. Whereas I imagine, you know, and actually probably news websites probably have a pretty high mobile use case. Whereas I would imagine a lot of other websites potentially have a lower mobile use case. Because that is a thing you will notice very heavily, is depending on the nature of your website, you'll have wild differences. It's actually a thing on streaming, that depending on the content you're making, you'll have a very high or low mobile use case. I wonder what I'm at, these days. That's something I used to check on very, very regularly, like, what amount of, sorry, you're gonna get background noise for just a moment. I'm trying to prevent it. Okay. I'm actually wondering where my analytics are with that, because that's actually one of the things that I found interesting, is I took the time to add, like, closed captioning, and I would increase the scale of the UI in a lot of my games. And I had a significant increase in my viewership, and a lot of it, and I mean a lot of it, was mobile. That, because, you know, shocker, people, if you make your stuff more accessible on the mobile end, a lot more people will actually use it. Yeah, like right now, 48% for the last 30 days, 48% of my overall viewership, we'll actually break this down. So 47% of my viewership was just web. You know, Chrome, whatever. We don't care the browser. Web. 28% was Android. 20% was iOS. 2% was on a television. 2% was on a gaming console. 1% is other. And then less than 1% is a mobile website. That's a lot more on the phone than you'd have thought. Oh, yeah. To be fair, my channel has a bit of an unusually high percentage of mobile viewers. And a big part of that is I put a lot of effort into, like, having closed captioning turned on, so that if you want it, you can have it. You can also turn it off if you don't want it, but you can set that in your end. It is available if you'd like it. Usually in most of my games, I will scale up the UI of the game, such that if you're watching on TV, it looks good. If you're watching on tablet, it looks good. If you're watching on your phone, it looks good. If you really probably should be wearing glasses, but you're choosing not to tonight, it still looks good. Well, most likely looks good. If you're just old, it looks good. If you're like me and you prefer not having to get a headache trying to stare at really tiny things on the screen, it also looks good. But you get the idea. And I have been, over the years, only had like once or twice people have pushed back when I have the large-scale UI, where people like, it looks like a mobile app. I'm like, okay. And kind of the way I judge it is I've got the preview of the stream over there so I can watch if there's problems or whatever. And I'll usually keep an eye on that preview, and if I can't make it out in the preview, I just assume you can't make it out in your screen. Now, sometimes there's nothing I can do about it. There are some games that's like, no scaling the UI, no nothing. It is what it is. But a lot of times there is at least some I can do to nudge things around or make it a little bit clearer. I also do a lot of stuff for people who are neurodivergent and all that stuff that, you know, I'll use, where able, I will use fonts that are far more readable and all that versus like really stylized stuff. Because we have a lot of channels that'll do like pixel art fonts and all that that are really awful to read. I haven't done it in a long time, but there's some games I really, really enjoy, like Loop Hero. Loop Hero I haven't played in forever, but that was a really good game. And the pixel font in there looks great. It's freaking appalling to try and read. It looks good. It is art. It's also really, really difficult to read unless you're being very careful about the context. And what I did with a couple of those ones is I grabbed certain letters individually and just by themselves put it there and go, what letter's that? And, you know, it's like, well, it could be an L, it could be a T, or it could also be a J. And it's like, cool. That's not good. When you look at the individual letter that's plainly there, and you can't, with this, like, you can't clearly be like, that is this letter, that's a problem. Like, you can get, like, the 0 versus uppercase O, you know, where the uppercase O is usually a little bit fatter, and the 0 is a little narrower. Maybe you got, like, the slash through the 0 or whatever. But, that's kind of the thing you do, is you do, like, the slash through the 0 to differentiate it. And, yeah, it's a whole thing. But, it's been pretty interesting to see that, like, what level... I should ask some of the channels I share an audience with to, like, let me know what their breakdown is mobile versus, you know, browser-based these days. Because I know in the past I was usually, like, you know, people be sitting around that 30%, and I'm sitting at pretty close to 50%. Just, like, a little under 50%. Like, technically I'm 1% higher mobile app use than web use. I think that's a trend you're just going to see more of as well. Because, like, especially I stream kind of overnight. I know there's a lot of people who tune into the stream that they'll have, like, the TV sitting there and they'll watch as they're kind of falling asleep, or they'll have the tablet there by their bed, and when they start getting tired, they'll lay it down next to them or whatever and go to sleep, or phone, or whatever. You know, I'm background noise. It's what I am. I'm there to not let their brain do the whole pattern where they just get into that thought cycle, just something to listen to while they fall asleep. Let's see, you try to remember the game that you had to stop during the tutorial because they used white super tiny font light on a blue background. You couldn't figure out what they wanted. It was a AAA game. Oh man, there's been one or two over the years. Oh man, was it the last Starship? Like, we played through it. I think it was when the last Starship first dropped. Like, the font was horrifically small. And there wasn't a way to scale it. And it was one of those things that, like, a week or two later, they made it so you could scale it up. And it was still pretty small with the scaled up, but it was at least reasonable. Where when it first came out, you know, people were like, we can't read what the message is. Like, that's okay, because I can't read it either, and I have it on my entire screen. There's been a number of games that have had that issue. You refunded it? I haven't had any games that the font's been that small that I purchased. That I can think of. I have had it where I've gotten provided a key, and then, like, there's been once or twice I've been provided with a key, and I pull up the game and, like, I can't stream this. Like, this, it's like, your interface here is, like, I'm staring at, like, my whole screen here, and I can't make out what you want me to do. Like, it's too hard to see. There's zero chance I'm streaming this to someone else who can see it even less. Like, I can't stream your game. Or I've had, what's happened more than that is, games with bad audio. I've had a number of games that we popped in on the channel that, you know, for whatever reason they didn't get their audio sorted out. Like, it's not like, oh, this sounds a little bit louder. What was the... Was it like Pixilia or something like that? It was like one of these Stardew Valley-esque games. And there was a handful of tools in the game that, like, the audio would be fine, then you'd take, like, the hoe and be like, it'd be like this definitely loud sound, and you, like, I even muted the sound in the game, and it still played at max volume. And I was like, alright, game's done, we're not playing that game anymore. I can't do that. I can't be blasting everyone's eardrums every time I go to use this tool that goes, how on earth did this survive playtesting? And, like, that happens not a lot, but from time to time. That's, oh, what is the one that you go... Domekeeper. I think it's probably still messed up. Domekeeper had it where you'd get to grab the power-up thing, and it's a sound that's, like, 4 or 5 times as loud as any other sound in the game. And I can't speak for now, because I haven't played in, like, a year or so. But even after being out for well over a year and so many updates, and I know I personally reported that, and I know others reported that that sound was just weirdly so much louder than everything else, that it was still that way, that, you know, the game would be nice and quiet, and you'd have it all, like, in a nice relaxing town, and I don't remember the exact sound, it's like a little melody or whatever, you'd grab that power-up, and you'd just get blasted by it, and you're just like, my god, please! It needs to at least be in the same ballpark as the rest of this game. Like, a horror game sometimes will have, like, sounds that are deliberately mistuned volume-wise to startle you, which I still think is a jerk move, but at least there's an argument for why they do that. Versus just, like, having some random power-up be deafeningly loud compared to the rest of the game is a whole decision. Let's see, from what I've heard, English isn't the easiest language to learn. No, English isn't. English has a lot of things that creates difficulty, and a lot of it's based around the fact that English really is a hodgepodge of a bunch of different languages, that we took a bunch of stuff from a lot of different places, kind of mooshed it all together. So it does create a lot of inconsistent, a lot of niche edge cases and all that. It's one of the reasons why they've been moving away from, like, historically when we were learning English, it'd be like, I before E, except for you know, except after C, unless before N. It's like, except for, like, way and when, or it's like, whatever, I can't remember the whole thing. It's this whole thing that they're trying to cover all their things, and if you get, like, the I before E was the one you typically heard, but then they were trying to, like, add stuff for the edge cases, and it ended up becoming, like, this 3-sentence little melody or nomenclature or whatever, and then you're like, well, what about that word? And the teacher's like, just F it just does what it wants. Most of the time it'll be I before E, but, like, seriously, dude, it's gonna be all over the place. Just memorize the words. Don't worry about grammar. Or don't worry about, like, phonetics. The phonetics aren't going to help you. That was one of the ones that used to piss me off. Is it'd be like, all we have to do is teach our kids to sound it out. I'm like, no, we don't. Because we take so many words that are, again, from other languages. And this isn't me complaining about us taking words from other languages, but it means the phonetics are inconsistent. That, like, sometimes you pronounce the H, sometimes you don't. Sometimes the CH makes a ch sound. Sometimes it makes a s sound. Sometimes it just does whatever the hell it wants sound. And so trying to teach a kid and be like, okay, sound it out. Oh, no, in this word it doesn't sound like that. And that part also doesn't sound like that either. Nor does that one. So these days it's more just memorizing words. They still do the sound it out thing, but they don't emphasize it nearly the same degree. And also, thank you, Mohan Rai, for the 425 stream streak. I really do appreciate it, in case I missed it. Let's see. Oh yeah, there was this one game where you had to leave the streams playing because it used a super annoying sound effect and your ears just couldn't handle. Oh yeah, there's definitely been some games where there's individual sounds. I'm like, that is a very grating sound, and I don't like that. No, we didn't figure out why the AI just randomly made crop circles. Like, it did that a little bit, and then it just got better, and it's like, I don't know. I don't know why it randomly decided to make a crop circle, and then went back as if everything was fine. The AI was just like, I'm gonna just do this thing. I just need to get it out of my system. Okay, I'm good. I got it out of my system. Back to work normal like. Before E except after C. When sounded as A in the neighbor and way. Yeah. And then I can't remember, even with all that, and it wasn't even like a super niche word, but they'd bring us like, what about this word? And you're like, fine. It was sending its message to its overlords. That's fine. I assumed there was just, the person was like farming and they just brought their cat with them. And then, you know, there was just a good couple of minutes. The cat was clearly in control. Granted, randomly spinning in circles is more of a dog thing than a cat thing, but same difference. Let's be real, if you had a cornfield, wouldn't you be at least a little tempted to make crop circles? They just let the intrusive thoughts win. He just doesn't follow any of those rules. Yeah, no, exactly, Burning Sun. Like, that was the whole thing, is I remember they would go through that whole thing and it'd be like, well, what about this word? And you're like, look, man, just memorize it. But yeah, so that's the thing. Like, nowadays, they still tell you, or they still teach you, like, how to phonetically learn certain things, like certain common sounds that they make, because there's still value in doing that and helping you get started. But there is a lot more emphasis in just being like, just memorize it. Like, man, we can't make rules at work, just memorize it. There's no point. Which is funny, because we kind of flipped that on the math side, the whole, like, new math where it's a lot more around the critical thinking about being able to have math put in front of you and figure it out, as opposed to memorizing your multiplication tables and your addition tables. And so it's definitely one of those things that it's funny that on one side it's like, okay, we're focusing on like the critical thinking side of this, and the other side we're like, look, man, just memorize. It's better with phonics training and a tool called WOW segmentation, which lets you break up words into syllables. Just teaching words doesn't work very well for dyslexics, since their brains don't store words as pictures. They have to decode every time memorization doesn't work for them. Interesting. I hadn't heard about that one. Like, I know when it comes to reading, a lot of the issues that they run into so far as, like, character replacement, flipping, all that kind of stuff. But I hadn't heard of the word segmentation thing. Yeah, and for the record, I'm not an English teacher. Never have been. I have been a teacher, non-English. Mine has always been tech. A lot of, like, some on the computer repair side, a lot of it on the software dev side. And I guess soft skills as well. And when referring to in soft skills here, we're talking like interviewing, negotiating salaries, just general organization, communication, these kind of things, like holding meetings, code reviews, that kind of stuff. Yeah, no, the part that's new for me, what Kate's talking about there, I haven't heard of the storing words as pictures. That's, I mean, I didn't realize that regular people did that. Well, not regular people. Neurotypical people did that. Because I was under the impression that when we store stuff, we store it, like, once you're past, like, infancy and you start learning language, that you store it based around the word. And that, like, things become kind of attributed to the word, as opposed to prior to that point, you attribute it to the sensation. Like loud, quiet, fuzzy, soft, warm, cold. but then, you know, like the sensations of those words, not the meanings of those words. Whereas, you know, once you get that, you get rabbit, and then fuzzy is a kind of attribute of rabbit. And I guess the image would be an attribute of rabbit. Let's see, dictionaries nearly always list word segmentation. Strange we haven't managed to do it in a language teaching context. Yeah, no, I mean, I don't know exactly what we're doing right now, but I know there was a move to, again, they still teach phonics, to be clear. Like, it's not that they completely eliminated that or whatever. But where it was, like, so very heavily emphasized, they do a far more mixed approach. And this is going on dated stuff that's like 8, 9, 10 years out of date probably at this stage. But it was one of those things that it's just like from the phonics side of teaching all those rules about how to do like the spelling and whatnot. That just because of the hodgepodge that is the English language, they found the edge cases were just too much. It's more that we just, we use sight reading to try to teach, and dyslexics can't sight read. Yes, I can get behind that. Yeah, that makes sense. Like, for those who don't know, I don't have any on the screen right now to see. Anytime you see, I think I even have a thing in my about page still. Anytime you'll see, like, the text on the screen that I have, so I put, like, a label on the top being, like, you know, like, stepping away to use a restroom or whatever. To help boost awareness, I use dyslexic fonts. And for the record, I use dyslexic fonts. I'm not dyslexic myself, but I use dyslexic fonts because I find them far more readable. Just like my browser is set to use them and everything. So I use... Ooh, which one am I using? Because the two big ones are Open Dyslexia and Dyslexie. I think I'm using Open Dyslexia. Or Open Dyslexic, whatever it's called. And the big part of that has to help with reading for people who are dyslexic, because there's it's one of those things with, like, you know, people be like, what's the best font I should use for considerations of people with dyslexia? And it's going, hey man, how long do you have for my dissertation? Because that is a complicated question that the answer is very much it depends. And that's because not everyone with dyslexia has the same, like, implications of what happens. You've got character replacement is a common thing that happens with people with dyslexia. They've got a whole thing where the characters will flip or rotate. That could be a whole thing. There can be syllable confusion, where it's like you look at the chunks of the words and you have difficulty putting them together. There's like a whole variety of different ways it's experienced. And then depending on those, it can be wildly different. There are some people who find fonts like Comic Sans and Open Dyslexie and all those to be incredibly helpful for readability. There's some people who find them actually more difficult. So it's a very complicated thing. I mean, it is easier to sketch, but maybe not because they specific issue to the same degree. That makes sense. Some compositional scripts, such as Hanzi or even Hangul, would be easier. Oh, I have no idea in that regard. I have zero information in that regard. But I know like where you can confuse letters because of rotation or mirroring and all that is a very, very common concern that for dyslexic friendly fonts, that you shouldn't be able to take any letter and rotate it or flip it to make a different letter, which is usually P, Q, D, B. Those can all be flipped and rotated to make each other. And what I mean by that is what they'll do is they'll go and they'll have like the D and they'll have like a little flip on the back of it, or, you know, you'll have like the P and like you'll have a little flag on the end of it. It's just so that they're not exactly the same. They're still roughly the same conceptual shape, but they will do stuff though that when you turn it or rotate it, like a lot of them, they'll make the line thicker on the bottom than it is on the top, so that you can kind of very differentiate which part of the letter is the bottom and the top. That also has the added bonus of one of the things causes you to, like, when you're reading the line, you can kind of skip up and down rows very easily, which is where, like, the wall of text paragraph kind of thing is especially awful to deal with. And that's one of the ways you mitigate that, is you have, like, a decent spacing between your rows, and then you have your font so that like it's thicker on one, like on the top or the bottom versus the rest of it. So it very much stands out. Like you look at your paper, it's like thick, thin, thick, thin. So it's harder for you to skip up and down. It can still happen, but it helps mitigate that problem. Which is part of why I like it. Because when you're talking about stuff like dyslexia, everyone runs into some of the problems that impact dyslexia, at least occasionally. Not that you'd be like, oh, I too have the issue. But stuff like where your eyes skip around on the page. That happens to everyone. It's just whether it happens to people on the very rare occasion or it's a fairly regular thing. It's just like, you know, almost everyone these days will have, well, not almost everyone, a very large number of people these days will have less than 20/20 vision. Your vision won't be perfect. It'll be pretty good. But you might wear corrective lenses, and with them, you're good. So you wouldn't go up to a person who's wearing glasses and be like, you're blind. But when you hit a certain threshold that you're like, okay, no, genuinely, even with glasses, this is kind of detrimental to you, that's when we go, okay, well, you are legally blind now. Like, they've got, like, what their numeric, that's where that line in the sand is, where we've decided that this is meaningfully impacting your life. And I don't know what those numbers are. But it is one of those things, you're talking about accessibility. You know, there's that person, let's say it's 10/10 vision is legally blind. I have no idea. But let's say you're 11/11. So you're just a smidge better than legally blind. That person's still dealing with some crap. They're still going to be frustrated. They're still going to be having headaches with all this stuff. So it's good to consider accessibility because it impacts everybody. There's just some people that can be whether or not they can interact with your thing at all in a meaningful way without being utterly infuriating, or whether it's a mild inconvenience. And usually most of the time your considerations with accessibility will also just make it better for literally everyone. Making your fonts more readable? Congratulations. Everyone who reads your font is going to benefit from that. So like it is a good all around. Okay, so the first sugar mill is full. Okay. Yeah, I'm wondering with, like, you know, languages like Chinese and Japanese and Korean and all that, where like you've got letters that mean entire words and all that kind of stuff. It's a lot more pictographic kind of deal. That I do wonder with that, because arguably on one hand you've got way more symbols to deal with. And that's certainly one consideration, that you gotta memorize all those extra symbols. But again, those symbols have, you know, like, the word for dragon is the word for dragon. So if they got a symbol that means dragon, cool. That symbol means dragon. But at the same time, having that many more words to know, I feel like I don't know which of those would be harder. Like having to memorize a much broader number of symbols, or having to understand how a smaller set of symbols, when combined with each other, are impacted. Like that is one I would be curious to look at, like studies around that. Because I'm sure they've been done. That genuinely feels like the kind of studies that people in education and language development and all that would be curious about, even if it changes nothing about how we actually do anything. Recently gave in and changed your cursor like 300% of the size, and bright pink, so you can finally find it across all your screens. Oh yeah, no, that was a thing that, like, man, even over 10 years ago in software dev, like, it was a thing that you'd have a lot of people that have, like, their resolution that they're trying to write software in, and it'd be like 3200 by whatever, and their font would be like, you know, font size 8. It's like a pretty small font size. And you're sitting there looking at that going, dude, man, I cannot read this. Like, and I can function without my glasses. Like, I'm allowed to drive without my glasses. I don't want to because it's less safe, but like I have my glasses are more a convenience thing. It makes it easier to see stuff, it makes it clearer and all that. But even then I was like, you know what? Give me that size 16 font. That's one of the things whenever I install something like Visual Studio, it's like, all right, I need to go in here and get the font much larger. But the problem is, does the word dragon also get used in small variants like dinosaur? Yeah, no, I'm sure there's that where it's like this word with the little flag here means one thing, and then with the little flag on the other side means a totally different thing. I imagine there's got to be some of that. I don't want to see all the code at the same time. Ah, man, yeah. I think, for me, one of the biggest wins for just trying something different and being like, this is amazing, how did I live without this in the software dev side, was when we first got monitors where you could turn it sideways with a wide screen. And so, like, your main screen, you'd always keep it horizontal because there's just not enough applications that work well with the vertical. But, like, when you're doing code and being able to put your monitor vertical, it's like, oh my god, I can read so much. I could look over my code and see so far down on the line. I don't have to like scroll for 20 days just to find everything. Or make my font so incredibly small I need twice as long to read it because it's so small. Like even right now on my computer layout here, my screen on the left here, it's vertical. And that's where I usually have chat and all that. I've over the years moved chat all around. Like I have chat here for a while. Like I've got the prompter that I got given by I was gonna say Streamlabs. Elgato. I was given by Elgato during TwitchCon Vegas. Oh, sorry, I was actually given to two, who won it and then gave it to me. But so I got the prompter. For a while I had chat there, but the problem is that screen's like this big, and so even though it's got like a lens to kind of magnify it and all that, so even though it's a really tiny screen, it looks a little bit bigger. But even then, it's like reading chat there, it would only have a couple of messages. So when chat got any type of real speed going to it, I would just lose half the messages. And, you know, trying to like scroll to keep up and all that is a whole thing. So eventually moved it over, and now up there's my activity feed. So like when someone follows, when someone raids, all that's kind of up here. And I liked having it up there because, like, again, that means when I'm reading chat, I'm looking up at, you know, at the camera, making eye contact or whatever. Which I did have one person who popped the chat. I was like, "Why are you doing that?" And like, "What do you mean? Why am I doing that?" It's like, "What are you doing? Why are you looking at me every time you talk? This is really uncomfortable." I'm like, "I'm sorry." But yeah, but eventually it was one of those things I ended up moving chat back over to my left screen, which is what I did before I got the prompter. Because again, just having all of that vertical area, because my left screen is basically YouTube chat and Twitch chat, like 3/4 of the height of the monitor, side by side. And then below that I've got stuff like when people request hydrate or whatever, that's on the bottom left there. I've got the thing that shows me when an ad break is about to happen is down below there, as well as my, you know, stream analytics is below there as well. You know, watching for problems and whatnot. Speaking of ad breaks, chat, it is about to be one right now, and I have got to use a restroom. So what I'm going to quickly do is I'm just going to pull this vehicle right here, and I'm going to switch the camera over to the sugarcane harvester, and I'm going to use the restroom real fast. I'll be back in just a minute, and thank you again for tuning in. Okay, and we are back. Alright, let's get back to our other vehicle and all that. Okay. But I figured that's a good time to deal with that. It's going off the Japanese. There were about 1,900 kanji that are judged enough for everyday living and required in high school graduation. They've made, and they're made of most 100 radicals components, probably a very small subset of radicals. Like, the vast majority use like 30 or so common radicals. Gotcha. I'm gonna be honest, and I do not know enough about kanji or a lot of, like, I'm familiar with the terms, but like actually knowing them or anything. I've learned a couple languages over the years that I've had at least some proficiency in. For a while I was practically fluent in German as well, but I think the last time I used that in any meaningful capacity has been like 25, almost 30 years ago now. So, you know, if it takes a while, I can get warmed up to a point where I can kind of like get an idea of what's being discussed and all that, but I can't hold a conversation anymore. I used to be able to hold a conversation until someone dropped in a technical word or something like that, and then I'd be like, all right, what's that word mean? But like your simple stuff like, okay, you're going to a restaurant, what do you want to order? Okay, like how many are sitting down? You know, how was your day? Like all that kind of stuff. I could hold that kind of a conversation, no problem. But if someone was like, oh man, I'm having a computer problem, like my CPU keeps overheating, I'd probably lose you, because I'd be like, all right, your computer's having a problem. I got you, I understand. Your CPU's overheating. I assume you'd still say processor, or something close enough to that I'd recognize it. So sure, I might get that and be like, okay, processor too hot. All right. But if you wanted to be like any type of meaningful thing and be like, man, I don't know what those words mean. I know you have a problem. It's related to your computer, and then you lost me. Let's see, you're very short-sighted and have perfect vision for everything directly in front of you. But man, a lot of games seem to think that you want to play on a 600-inch TV. Yeah. Well, that's there's a lot of games. Like this is one I put on Conan Exiles. Like they put your health bar like all the way up there in the top left. And like if you're using the default UI with nothing else turned on, World of Warcraft does the same thing where they shove your health all the way up there in the corner. And it can be really easy to start getting chunked for all your health and not even realize it's happening, because it's just so far out in the periphery. The good news with stuff like World of Warcraft is you can change your UI to put the health bar directly above your character, and you can kind of, you know, unlock that UI and bring your health bar. That used to be a thing I used to do, is I used to put like the health bar and mana bar like right along the sides of my character. So it's kind of like, not a crosshair or whatever, but you get the idea. It's kind of like framed my character and whatever. So that it was very, very easy for me to be like, okay, here's how many combo points, and I didn't have to keep like looking all the way up to the top left to go seek it out. But yeah, I used to change all that. The one that surprises me, and I don't know if this is something that worked well because ADHD things or what, I found when I got into healing, I really liked healing raids in World of Warcraft. I was really good at it. But man, you would have your screen just covered in life bars. And so it's a matter of like trying desperately to keep an eye on all these different life bars moving around, while also making sure to be extra careful to not step in whatever the latest problem is. Yeah, oh no, absolutely. It was like playing whack-a-mole while also having to constantly worry about your position and like, is now a good time for a long cast, or do I just need to like toss something to try and keep them up for a couple more seconds because I don't have time for a long cast right now before whatever the next mechanic is. And yeah, no, it was very much whack-a-mole. Of just, you had the one or two bars you expected to drop constantly, like your main tank or someone else who's like in a high-risk spot that's going to be getting chunked constantly, and you're like, okay, I got to keep up with them. And there was just like randomly like, which one of these ones is going down? And then, you know, also like the awareness that you see like the enemy beeline over to someone, you're like, because I liked, towards the end I was playing Disc Priest all the time. I do remember it was a thing that people used to poo-poo Disc Priest. Like, back in the, like, vanilla days, yeah, Disc Priest was awful. But people used to poo-poo Disc Priest that they're like, oh, man, they're not good. Just look at these healing meters. And then you pull up the thing of, like, counter-argument, look at these absorb meters. Counter-argument, my absorbs on how much damage I prevented from ever happening in the first place by being a Disc Priest was more than all of your other healers combined. And on top of that, I still healed about 80% of what they did. So, you know, maybe you're underestimating that. Now, granted, last time I played, having a Disc Priest was really good, but you never wanted more than one because you could only put one shield on a person or whatever. But yeah, that was the whole thing. Like, you'd see, like, the person's about to get chunked, so you'd put your big shield on them. And then they would even lose life. Because I'll say that was way more interesting than the first healer I ever did was a shaman, and they had, I can't remember what it was, like chain heal or whatever. It worked like chain lightning, but it was a heal. And so you had that. You had like a heal over time with a little thing. I think that was called Riptide. And then you had like your super slow big heals that you used situationally, but they're awful on your mana side. So it's kind of like just chain heal, Riptide. There's another spell that you could cast really fast. I can't remember what was. That was like your like, it's almost like a renew kind of spell. And I remember that was kind of the whole thing, is you wanted to stay mostly on those kind of first two. And it was only when you knew someone was about to get just absolutely bricked for damage that you wanted to do the stuff where you like dumped your really, really big heals that were very costly on that person. But usually if you're doing that for more than a sudden spike, you would just kill your mana. Because you played main tank, you never got close to the highest chart. Let's see, you played main tank, and you never chose the highest charted healer. You'd work with healers that knew what I was doing in the next move. Yeah, well that was the thing. There was a really big obsession with damage meters for a good while. And people would use those, and it was honestly often quite to the detriment, where people would play to the metric. So, like, you'd have your damage meter and be like, okay, well, why is this one person doing so much more damage than the rest of the raid? And as the healer, you'd chime in, it's like, it's because he's not dodging. He's just standing and crap and making me work extra hard. There's a reason he dies half the raids. Because everyone else gets out of the hurdy circle and he just stands there and tanks it with his face and hopes that the healers that got him. I'm on strike, I'm not healing him anymore. I mean, that was kind of the thing. To be a good Disc Priest, you had to kind of pre-plan a lot of your stuff. Because, like, you'd know that the boss is going to do, like, a big chunk cone hit. And rather than trying to put all your little heals out there, you just kind of be like, bubble, and bubble, and bubble, and bubble, and bubble, and bubble, and there's the hit. Okay, now we go back to normal healing. Or, like, it was going to be a big hit in the tank, because you had, like, there was a big bubble on cooldown. I don't remember what it was, so you'd be like, little bubble, big bubble. You had a ton of fun playing Feral Druid when no one knew how to play Feral Druid. Oh yeah, no, I remember early vanilla that Feral Druid was one of those classes that, like, there was some buff. Was it a crit buff you would give people in your party or whatever? But, like, people would want the Feral Druid just for that. But otherwise it'd be like, no, one Feral Druid per raid, that, like, hard limit. And that's because a lot of people just didn't know what they were doing, so Feral Druid would tend to underperform badly. Part of the Wild was all stats bonus? Gotcha. But yeah, there's been a lot of those that, like, it kind of became conventional wisdom. Like, there was a whole thing about not bringing Ret Paladins, or you bring a Ret Paladin, just the one. Or you don't bring Fury Warriors, you bring just one Fury Warrior. You know, for whatever one thing that they want it for. And a lot of that was people just not knowing how to do the class. And there was definitely times that classes got nerfed and buffed to a point that, like, you'd have people like min-max and stuff and be like, well, this is the class that gets the highest overall DPS without considerations of utility and all that. And yeah, it was a whole thing. So you get people telling you druids can't tank as you slowly soloing content. I was told you couldn't tank. Yeah, no, we had it wasn't the first skill that me and my friends had. It was like one of the second or third ones that our main tank was a druid tank, and I think we ran into 1 or 2 encounters that we had to switch out the tank, which is that happens. Because I want to say it was the druids required a bit more healing so far as volume, but they had like, you could take a bigger hit because you had a bigger life pool, but there was certain mitigation stuff that warriors got that some of the encounters you kind of really needed a dependable, I will block this attack. But we had a little bit of that in some of them anyways. There was encounters where you'd have to have 2 tanks switching back and forth for various reasons, regardless of like the class and all that. And I remembered our druid main tank, there was 1 or 2 encounters that were like, okay, no, we're gonna have the warriors step in this one. I don't remember what they were. It'd have been around, what was the undead pyramid? I'm blanking on its name. It would have been around the time that got introduced. That there was like 1 or 2 encounters that it was really, really rough. Yeah, exactly. But it was like the druid main tank was like honestly preferable a lot of times because you'd end up overhealing the tank anyways, so who cares? Like whether it's you're surviving through damage mitigation or just being a big buffer, pretty irrelevant if you're maxing out their health with each set of heals or whatever. But I mean, the group we were in also did stuff like had like Warlock's tank stuff at times, like Baron Geddon, where it became kind of a joke that the Warlocks would deliberately steal aggro because it was a boss that we could tank about as good as anyone else because you didn't worry about your defenses, all elemental damage and whatnot. I think it was Baron Geddon. I can't remember which of the element. No, it wasn't the Earth Elemental, it was the other one, the Fire Element? Either way. Your classic warrior tank, progression dungeon, was mostly original Nax. I think it'd be easier in Cataclysm, but still raid. Oh man, me and a lot of my friends who were playing, like, we did multiple servers during vanilla and went sweaty tryhard. Burning Crusade, we went sweaty tryhard. Cataclysm, we went sweaty tryhard. And I think it was around, it's like Wrath of the Lich King, we were going sweaty tryhard, and I think that was the point that people started to drop off. Because a lot of us, you know, at that point we were finishing with college and all that kind of stuff, and you know, work stuff was getting in the way and all that kind of stuff. We just didn't have the, you know, we were doing the growing. Oh, Wrath was before Kata? Then it would have been, yeah, then it would have been Wrath that we started dropping off. Like, like a bunch of us were still playing in Kata, but like it was between Wrath of the Lich King and Kata that a lot of us dropped off. A lot didn't come back for Pandaren or whatever it was called. Then Legion, a bunch of us came back, and we did go a little sweaty tryhard. Not like we used to. Let's see, Illidan, Sheer, and Black Temple comes to mind, the shield block. Though, the other thing was that you believed blocked hits couldn't be crushing blows, so glad you got rid of that. Well, that's interesting. Held for smart detection with nothing highlighted. Okay, cool. Yeah, druids, warriors can become immune to crushing blows. Druids can, yeah. Well, that's kind of the same thing. Like, I know a lot of people speak very highly of vanilla WoW, but there were a lot of unfortunate decisions that, you know, you could have a protection paladin, a protection druid, but there were certain encounters that just kind of required the warrior's shield block, so, you know, a lot of people wouldn't take you unless you're a protection warrior, as far as the tank would go. And it was kind of the same thing with healers, that, like, there were certain healers that were in demand, and other healers are like, well, you're not really what... Usually the healers could get away with a lot more because they're healers, people are desperate. But, like, for example, with Warrior, if you were a Fury Warrior, a lot of times they just wouldn't take you because, you know, Arms Warrior was... Or was it the other way around? There was one of the Warriors that you basically would choose, and the other Warrior they just wouldn't bring. And there was a lot of that stuff in Vanilla. That, like, you know, if you were the wrong class, you were just deemed not good enough. And you could, if you had, like, friends or whatever... You could, you know, like, have your friend group bring you, even if you're the, like, quote-unquote not correct classes or whatever. Which is one of the reasons it was nice having our friend group, is we had a couple of people who were playing, you know, the quote-unquote off-meta classes. And a lot of times they ended up outperforming. But it was just kind of like the conventional wisdom was like, this is better than that. But if you knew what you're doing... Like, we had a pretty decent number of warlocks in our group at the beginning. And we had a bunch of different specs. And so some of the specs that were considered as not performing as well, like, they were kind of seen as, like, the not as good spec for raiding. And we found we can make them perform very well compared to the other ones. Like, I ended up having, you know, warlocks that would be, you know, the top whatever percentage on the server and everything, and they were the off-meta spec who had the wrong talents and all that. And it was just a bunch of people doing theory crafts. And one of the problems you run into with a lot of the theory crafting people would do is they would run all the numbers without consideration that you don't get to just stand there and cast in most fights. Some fights you do. Some fights you get to straight up just sit in your corner and just start blasting. But a lot of fights you'd have to constantly interrupt your rotations and that kind of stuff, and while you're doing that you're not doing any damage with certain builds or whatever. Like, I remember it was, for a while, that Affliction was seen as like, oh yeah, you know, it's fine for, like, soloing or whatever, but for raiding, it's just not any good. You gotta be Destruction. Or the Destruction Demon Hybrid, where you'd sacrifice your Succubus, I believe it was, for the extra damage. Was, like, the go-to at the time. And then, you know, you would do the Affliction build, people are like, how are you doing so much damage? It's like, well, while you're running around not being able to cast any of your meaningful spells because, you know, boss mechanics, I could just be tossing all these, like, little spells up behind me on all the different targets and continuing to run all over the place. And I don't have to constantly back off because I'm pushing too much thread or anything like that. I can just kind of go ham and not have to worry about it. I also don't have to worry about, like, the mana juggle, because I'm constantly leeching life, so I can just life tap anytime I need some life, you know, some mana and keep it going. See, when Burning Crusade came out, all the warriors respected DPS. It was like the only tank of the server until max level. Other druids tried tanking, didn't know. How? Because they never had. Yeah. Oh yeah, like I had switched to warrior for Burning Crusade because that Fury Warrior being able to use two-handed weapons, you know, that was just silly shenanigans everyone wanted to do. I ultimately went Protection in the end, but, like, leveling up, yeah, I was 100% in there as well. Like, everyone wanted to swing around with, like, two big axes or hammers or whatever. It was just a cool thing at the time. Especially considering in vanilla, Fury Warriors were kind of crap. Like, PvP, you usually went arms. Because Mortal Strike was just too strong. Prevent all that healing. Yeah, Mortal Strike. Well, I mean, this is before arenas. But yeah, no, Mortal Strike was just way stronger for PvP. Fury Warrior was seen as the PvE build, but like, even then, you just didn't see very many Fury Warriors taken in raids, because there was almost always a better choice. So like, a lot of people would be like, we can have a Fury Warrior, singular, uno. We don't take more than one. You're like, oh, okay. Alright, so how is our pH? So pH is just okay, so I'll probably do a round of lime and a round of fertilizer. Get that sorted. Okay, it's way over there. But yeah, that was like the big negative on vanillas. Like there was just a lot of builds. Like the boomkin, you did not bring a boomkin in vanilla. That was before they gave the boomkin the whole buff where it would help other spellcasters and all that in their group and all that. Like vanilla boomkin was a meme. Later they gave more bonuses to put them more in line with everybody else. Like in the group I was with still would run one. Because again, it was a friend group. We had like 20 or so people who had all been with the guild for like multiple iterations and everything. So if someone wanted to do something that's like way off meta, like even with the sweaty tryhard, we're like, hey man, as long as you're getting stuff done, we don't care. And usually the off metas were still plenty good for that kind of thing. Like, we got server firsts on a couple of the servers we were on. No like world first or anything like that. But yeah. Yeah, good times. Good memories there. Would I ever play again? Probably not. I had my time. It's real hard for me to justify the time for MMOs these days. You know what I'm looking forward to? I'm looking forward to Hotel Architect. I am excited. That's on the 14th, and I'm excited. Because normally I don't play early access games that much. Like, I'll play them in the point of, like, being like, let's give this a shot, see what we think. Ooh, I like it, I'll come back to that. Like, I do that kind of thing. But Hotel Architect is just really having fun with the early access, so I played everything it had at the time. And yeah. That's also before YouTube, where every dungeon raid was parsed and optimized before it ever released. Yep. Well, and I still stand by that with a lot of that stuff. Where people did that, where they, like, you know, parsed and optimized. They're like, okay, here's the perfect group layout and everything and all that kind of stuff. And then you'd have some group out there who is doing it, and they would have a completely different group and just outperform what was supposedly the best. Which again, usually again came back to the theory crafting. That a lot of theory crafting made unsafe assumptions or required you to be, like, you know, near pixel perfect and near absolutely, you know, without question, precise down to the millisecond kind of nonsense. Stuff that was realistically never going to happen. Because I definitely ran into that a lot in games like WoW, where you'd have all these people who would go and be like, hey, you know, this is the perfect makeup, yada yada, here's like the strategic thing, this is why this, you know, this thing is better, you know, than this by like 20% or yada yada or whatever. And I definitely remember at one point we had brought someone in on the group, and they were trying to argue with me at no end that I had chosen the wrong talents on my Warlock. And, you know, I wasn't pulling my weight, and I was kind of sitting there going, it's like, man, my damage is higher than yours. And your class is supposed to be the higher damage class out of the two of us. I've given up more of my gear than you have. So I feel like you don't have anything to stand on here. Yeah, you got tired of that build as complete garbage because it's 0.4329% lower DPS than the optimal build. Oh yeah. Well, that's this happens more in Path of Exile than the other one. Like, you'll sit there and you'll have like the patch notes will come out and they'll be like, oh, okay, so Righteous Fire has taken, you know, a 2% damage reduction. You'd be like, oh man, if we extrapolate this with all your gear from like the last league and compared to see where that puts us, it takes our damage from 2.8 million to 2.6 million. Dead build. Never play it again. Hot garbage. Throw it in the garbage. You should be ashamed. Anyone running this build, you're just doing bad. You're bad at games. You're like, or that is a completely inconsequential number. Is it worse than last league? Yes. Objectively, yes. 2.6 million is less than 2.8 million. You're not wrong. That is a smaller number. That is also more than 90% of things you're ever going to see. Now, in your progression guild in Burning Crusade, you had a mage telling me that tanking was easy. Topping the damage charts was hard. So you power leveled a mage and beat him post-quest blues. Oh yeah, I didn't do anything quite like that. I definitely know I had, I know we had a couple of not mages, warlocks who joined at different times. And, you know, at that point, like, I had, like, kind of my core group that was usually there. And, you know, we've had one or two of them that kind of gave us, like, you know, you shouldn't be using this talent, you should be using this other talent. Because I got that all the time. I can't remember what talent it was. There was, oh man, I don't remember. There was one talent that was seen as the PvP talent. And the other talent was, like, the raiding talent. And I had the PvP talent. Is the one I ran with. Because I did lots of PvP on the side. And it'd always be, like, they'd always make a big stink that's like, oh, you're going to do nowhere near as damage. It's like, no, it's an instant cast. Is it objectively the smaller number? Yes. But it's also instant cast when I'm doing other things. I can just fire this thing off and not have to worry about it. So I always get to toss this into the pile whenever I want. Versus, I think the other one had a long cast time, but it's like super high damage. I don't remember. It's been way too long. DPS in WoW back in the day was fairly easy compared to tank. Yeah, no, I'd agree. Because I had done main tank. I had done, like, in the vanilla days, I had main tanked as a warrior at one point. I had done rogue, which I found boring as all get out, doing a DPS rogue. Holy crap. That is just, go through your rotation. Every time, same rotation. Don't have to worry about trading targets, don't have to worry about anything. You get on your target and you just do your rotation. And I was like, this is the most mind-numbing thing ever. And I did Warlock. Warlock was fun because if you ever got to the point where you're like, you know what, I'm kind of tired of this, like I'm tired of doing the destruction thing, you could go Affliction and it's just as good. Okay, well, you're getting kind of tired of the Affliction. Demonology was a harder one to justify in raiding. You could make it work by doing like a hybrid build. That one was a little bit more PvP oriented if I recall correctly. But you know, you could kind of have different ways of doing that one. Mage was another one that I found pretty, like, I never took a mage to endgame, so I probably shouldn't be making that. Like, I only got so far with mage and I'm like, I cannot stand this. Rogue is a keyboard killer. That was the one that upset me, is when they reworked Warrior, like Fury Warrior. Like it had so much good stuff, but they made it whack-a-mole. where you'd sit there and you'd be doing stuff, and you had stuff procking stuff that proc the other stuff that proc the other stuff. So it's like you'd have your buttons you're trying to hit, and then constantly these things would be blinking, and you'd be hitting them, being like, oh, I crit, so I got to use this move. Oh, I parried, so I got to use this move. Oh, I did this, so I got to use this move. And you're like, oh my god, it's just straight up whack-a-mole. To be fair, I partly made that happen to myself. I forget, it was Burning Crusade. They were the blacksmith weapons, the maces. I think it was the maces, that they would give you a speed proc on chance. And I used those with a trinket that would also give you a speed, like a chance on hit speed proc, or maybe chance on crit, I don't remember. But give you a speed proc. And then it would give them the enchant that would give you a speed proc, and you can get where this is going. And it was a lot of fun to do that, because the animations would glitch if they all triggered at the same time. So your character would go. Like, it's just, you just see this thing and you'd like hit it and you'd start ramping up and then you'd slow down, you'd ramp up again, you'd slow down, then your character just kind of like twitch in place for a moment as you'd see a bunch of numbers come up. Was it the best build? Absolutely not. But it was so comical. Was your bear tank on Burning Crusade? Pretty easy. Cap dodge, pull mobs, spam swipe. Barely had any damage mitigation abilities because Blizzard just didn't off of the high damage spikes as a mechanic they did later. Yeah, I can't speak for tanking anything but Warrior. Warrior's the only one I did. Let's see, you stuck with Beastmaster Hunter through thick and thin, and believe me, there were way more thin than thick. While occasionally got crapped up by randos. But the thing is, you knew your class build inside and out. You may not be able to pull the DPS of the top rating tier survival hunter or marks, but most of those hunters couldn't do that regardless of build. Yeah, no, absolutely. I remember when Beast of Wrath got added to the game, and that was rough for me as a Warlock at the time. Like, I had started Warlock, and it's before they got their big buff. So I'd been playing Warlock and doing really well in PvP, and then they got buffed, and I was just absolutely demolishing people. And then right, like, a little while later, the next rebalance gave the Hunter's Bestial Wrath. And it was pretty much, I could handle just about any fight without too much of a problem. Paladins were tricky. I could do it, but they were a lot more work than the other ones. And then the Hunters got the buff. And you had that stupid animal running at you and just murdering your face. And if you're lucky, you'd have the Hunter nearby enough that you could do something about it. But a lot of times, that Beast of Wrath plus the Hunter would out damage what you could do, so you couldn't always burn them down faster. Because that was one strategy, was just both of you are going all in on the damage and seeing who can come out the other side. And usually the Hunter won that fight. But sometimes you can make it work. Yeah, that's during that update, because everyone was running Hunter because Beast of Wrath was so strong. I got to the point I was keeping Fell Hunter out. I think it was Fell Hunter. I believe. Oh man, I gotta remember. Because it used to be the conventional wisdom for PvP back then was you kept the Succubus out. You keep the Succubus out, stealth when the person pop out. You'd charm them to get yourself your distance or whatever, and that was it. I used to run Fell Hunter primarily, because the amount you could just F with someone by continuously hitting them with silences and then eating their buffs off them and all that, it was one of those things that would just screw with people that they didn't know how to deal with it. Because almost none of the Warlocks ran Fell Hunter on a regular. Like that, Fell Hunter was one of my big, I'm dealing with Paladins, let's bring out the Fell Hunter. Because it's the same thing, where the Paladin is constantly just cleansing your dots off of them. And that's utterly obnoxious. And you're just cleansing all their buffs. They go, Judgment, or was it, oh man, I forget, it was like, there was Judgment and there's the other part of it. Like, so the part where you give yourself the buff, and then the part where you use it to use your special attack. And they would put the buff on themselves, and I would eat it. And it put the buffs on themselves, and I would eat it. You'd start doing some real damage, they'd stop to drop a proper heal, and you'd silence them. But yeah, no, it was definitely when the Bestial Hunters got buffed. That was the one I didn't want to run into. Because the worst case is you would do the same BS I would do with my Affliction Warlock. With Affliction Warlock, you could just stand behind a hill or whatever and just toss up your afflictions, and only like one of your affliction actually had a projectile to it, all the others just appeared over the enemy. So you'd have this poor person sitting there and then see Siphon Life, Curse of Agony. And there's like, where's it coming from? What do I do? And meanwhile, they're just burning down their health. They don't know where you are. Smarter ones would do stuff like have it where they have the targeting kind of stuff on there so they can figure it out pretty quick. But there was a lot of them. You'd see them like turn around a couple of times, then just start running in a direction because they couldn't figure out where they were getting killed from. But it was definitely a certain level of karma, because I was I Horde at the time? Ooh. No, I think it's Alliance at the time. It doesn't matter. But yeah, you just have this big red cat come flying over the hill and just mauling you, and you're like, where the hell's the hunter? Because meanwhile, the hunter's like jumped and run off someplace else, while their cat's just mauling you because the cat can practically solo you. Not sure when that was. You never really did PvP. You know, the only time I were playing Beastmaster was meta was the last patch of Burning Crusade. This would have been before Burning Crusade. This is, I believe, right when Hunters, for the first time, got Bestial Wrath. Like, is when Bestial Wrath was added to the game. Because that was a little after Warlocks. They gave us, I think it was Death Coil, the instant cast Minifear. Because they gave us that, and then a little while passed, and there was other balances, but then Hunters got Bestial Wrath. And like I said, it was definitely, I didn't like, and for the record, the Hunters had their own things that were hard to fight. But like, for me as a Warlock, it was a Hunter with a Bestial Wrath pet. It was just rough, because usually they got the jump on you if that's what's going on. And you were already on the back foot, where they were already chunking you for a bunch of damage, so again, burning them down first was usually a non-starter. And you couldn't fear the animal. Death Coil didn't work on it. I was trying to remember if you could eat the buff off of Fell Hunter, because I thought that's what I did, but I don't remember. Either way, like, and I really enjoyed PvP as a Warlock, which, you know, that's kind of thing. The thing I liked about Warlock for PvP was it kind of didn't matter. Yeah, there's some classes that were a bit rougher for you to deal with, but like, you had tools in your kit for just about every situation. Whereas I definitely found when I played stuff like Warrior and all that, there were some fights you got into, you're like, you know what I could throw at this? Nothing. Nothing. It's not my fight to win, it's their fight to lose. Like, if they know what they're doing, I'm just gonna walk around here and get picked apart. But like Warlock, even when you're outnumbered, there was times you could still make that work. Like, I had a good couple times there was like 3-on-1 where I ended up coming out on top by the time it was over on the Warlock. But yeah, with a Warrior, they had to like really, really do badly for you to come out ahead on those kind of fights. Mage is where you really like to play. Get your Fire Mage a high crit stat, and you got drunk with power and explosions. Because they basically released the Burning Crusade talent trees during vanilla, but they released one class at a time across before Burning Crusade. Yeah, no, and that's like absolutely. Like, it definitely all the classes got some cool tech. But I definitely remember the two that stood out for me was, you know, the Warlock rework and the Hunter rework. Because most of the other classes rework for me as a Warlock at the time, I could still just kick the crap out of most of them. Like I said, the Paladin was always a pain in the butt. It took a lot of work. The Priest was slow usually, but I can make the Priest work. The Priest is always just toss some dots on them and all that, Curse of Tongues to make him cast slow, and then just mana drain them down. And then when their mana got low, then you just knock them over. Their healing was just very strong. Or if I had the Fell Hunter out, sometimes I could just deal with them with the Fell Hunter. Remember being a Protection Warrior and soloing Protection AQ? Realizing you bit off more mobs than you could chew, and it meant slowly watching me die with this thing called... for that rep. Yep. Oh yeah, no, definitely, like, with the warrior, a lot of times by the time you, like, unless you just pulled more stuff and you're like, oh, this is more and I can go, and you're, like, bailing on it immediately, usually by the time things started to go sour, it can be pretty hard to break away to avoid a death. Warlock, it was easy. The moment you saw things start going pear-shaped, you pop off a death coil, kill your Void Walker, you know, land the entire area fear. Like, there's so many things. Curse of Exhaustion. That was the magic of the Warlock, because you just had such a big toolkit to go through that. Almost any situation you could run into, you had something that might not, like, you know, player versus player is still trying to overcome another person, but you had something in your tool belt to help with that. You had a friend who liked being drunk on power as a fire mage. You spend the vast majority of your battle rests on him. Oh man, one of my favorite fights in World of Warcraft was Blackwing Lair. They had the one dragon who would give you this massive buff for a couple of seconds and then you'd die. I was doing Destruction Warlock at the time on a crit build. That was a lot of fun. The numbers you would see, where you're just blasting as hard as you can with your hardest hitting spells and just watching these giant numbers come up on your screen. You're like, yes, you know, and then you die because it wasn't something you could evade or whatever. It was entirely like literally it puts a timer on. It's like you will die after this time runs out. Yep, your buddy died on the pull of that fight so many times. Oh yeah, no, I had that once or twice. I usually got lucky, and I was usually like third or fourth down the row. But there's definitely once or twice it's like up. And it kind of sucked with that, because there's a little bit of a setup to get your damage going. So when you immediately open and you immediately get that, you don't have the ramp up you need to really get the damage you want out of it. And that could be a big bummer. I imagine that's probably true of, like, if you're a Fury Warrior or if you're, you know, a handful of other classes that have a ramp up to them. I mean, one of your favorite things to do in Final Fantasy XIV is to be a pocket reser as Red Mage. It's hilarious to you that the Red Mage technically makes a better reser than any of the actual healing classes. Interesting. I haven't played Final Fantasy XIV. I've heard a lot of really good things about it. But, like, once I kind of got off of World of Warcraft and EVE Online, that was kind of it. That I've never really gotten back into an MMO on a real level. It's just the moment the daily quests come up, that is like the instant. Nope. I went off this train. Get me out of here. Don't want it. I have done my time with the daily quests. Like, I did a little bit of New World, but I mean, seriously, it was just like one or two or three play sessions, and that was kind of it. I never really got into it. Didn't get to, like, max level or whatever. Is it because he'd start his insta-cast Pyroblast trying to top the meters before the tank hit? Oh man, I don't remember what spec I was. I think it must have been Destruction. But with my Warlock doing Onyxia, because for those who don't know the Onyxia fight in World of Warcraft, basically Onyxia has a little bit of a different threat setup than most other encounters. I don't remember the specifics of what's different, but she can be very ornery, that she will drop aggro super easily, and it'll kill your entire group if she does that. I think you couldn't taunt her might have been the problem. I don't remember. But, so it's one of those things that, like, once you started getting people geared, that you basically had to have everyone kind of sit on their hands for, like, the first 10-15 seconds of the fight to really, like, let the tank establish themselves. And to be fair, like, what you were expected to do was just really take it, like, nice and easy at the beginning of the fight and do very little damage and then ramp up. And I remember with, I think it was a crit build on the Warlock, I had gotten a wand that was a Shadow Wand. And usually for a bunch of the casters, at the beginning of that fight where you're really worried about the threat issue, what they would tell you to do is to wand. It was either wand for like X number of hits, or wand for 10 seconds, or wand until you see 5 sunders. Everyone had the different rule, but it was basically you'd wand for a little while. But with the crit build, the wand did enough damage where if the wand crit, I would pull aggro. It happened more than once that the tank would hit, get the sunder on, I would start wanding, and you'd just see like, you'd see one crit and you'd be like, oh, do I get aggro? Crit number 2? Okay, I got aggro. Wanding. Which, yeah, well, that's the thing. I can't remember, it was, I think she had a fire breath or something, I believe was the problem, where if the tank lost aggro, you just decimate the whole raid. She'd just turn, blast a fire breath across the raid, and then half the raid was dead. Alright, so we got all that sorted, so we're good now. Let's take a quick peek at all this stuff. It does feel pretty good to help raise your party when there's a lot of deaths. Yeah, Druid was another, so I played almost all the classes to endgame. I didn't raid with a lot of classes, and Druid was one of the few classes I never really did see through. I gave it several times to get started, and for whatever reason, it just didn't resonate with me. Feral Druid felt too much like Rogue. Which, yeah, you can also make it Bear Tank or whatever, but it felt too much Rogue-like for me that I had done that after Rogue, and I bounced off pretty hard because I just really didn't enjoy Rogue. And I had gone all the way to raiding with Rogue, and everything is like, this is the most boring class ever. It's fun for ganking people, but even that wasn't as satisfying as, like, actually fighting versus just obliterating someone out of the opener so they couldn't do anything. And, like, that, at that time, the Boomkin wasn't really a thing. And then Resto, you know, I wasn't raiding with people on that, you know, at that stage. That was after the server had been around for a while. So like I just kind of went, eh. Hunter was the other one I also really didn't do much end game. Like I played Hunter to the end game several times. I just didn't enjoy it. A lot of the DPS classes I found I didn't ultimately enjoy. I enjoyed Warlock because it was a lot more involved. Warrior I enjoyed it, but as more I enjoyed it when I went to Protection later. What was I looking for? Oh, I was gonna go here and see how we were doing so far as, okay, so potatoes are still going fine. We did burn through some here. That's all fine. Those are all maxed out. Yeah, we're good. I just said I was like, I got into this screen for a reason that I cannot for the life of me remember what. Alright, yep. That'll take me to November. You wish they give the tree form a bit of love on the cosmetic, through cosmetic glyphs, though. Yeah, ooh, was tree form? I think tree form, that showed up later, right? Nyx became more of a parallel parking job, than a fight at some point, at least with Phase 3. Yeah, that was a lot of the old bosses had that problem. At the very beginning of World of Warcraft, there was a couple of bosses that were very interesting mechanics-wise. And then there was a lot of bosses that were an utter snooze fest, mechanics-wise. Yeah, so I have nothing to worry about until March. Now, there were definitely a lot of bosses that basically the main tank did their thing, and all you had to do is not step in hurdy circles. Was a lot of bosses. What's up? Okay, you sleep well. I love you more than that. Hey, handsome. Who's handsome? Play Kerbal Space Program. That is a random thing to just pop in and be like, play KSP. I enjoy KSP, but like, we did a lot of stuff that were reaching the point that all the things we would do in KSP from there would just take a while. I have all my fields. Right, so my fields... Right, we plant the potatoes in March. And then we plant the rice in what month was it? April. That's right. That's fine. I enjoy KSP, but that's one of those games I like to hop in, play for like 2 or 3 streams, and put back away. Like, it's a good game, but it's definitely once you start getting to the point where you're reaching destinations farther from Kerbin, it can be so tough to stream because, like, there's just a lot of nothing happening. Wasn't Patchwork the benchmark for boring fights? You don't remember if there was much to go on mechanically other than a huge health pool. Yeah, wasn't Patchwork, like, literally just a DPS check? You just had to burn him down within a certain time frame or whatever? I can't remember. There was definitely a handful of bosses, especially in the early days, where again mechanically it was just like you just tank holds the boss and you just throttle it, and occasionally it throws like, you know, like there's just like throws damage out the side and you just have to worry about it. Like there wasn't a thing. Like, in some of those fights, if you were the healer, it was interesting because random people were taking damage. But, like, as a DPS person, there'd be some mechanic where you just catch a hit. Like, you know, just, like, balloon out and throw random damage out. There wasn't dodging the hurdy circle. You just got hit sometimes. So the idea was, like, it was a healer fight. And, yeah, some of those fights were like, oh my god, this is so boring. Because you'd be, like, as a rogue, and you just stand behind the boss and be like... 2 2 2 3 2 2 2 2 5 2 2 2 5 2 2 2 3 2 2 2 5. I'm exaggerating. There's a couple more buttons in there, but you'd have like, I can't remember. It's like Blade Storm was one thing, so you'd be like Blade Storm, Eviscerate, Blade Storm, or whatever. I don't remember the cycle, and you'd have like your occasional like 5-minute buffs or whatever, and it was just like, oh my god, please. And the worst thing is, if you, like, completely botched your controls, you could just be like 2 2 2 3 2 2 2 3, and you'd only be a little bit worse than the person who did it right. Yeah. Oh no, that was Fury Warrior. Was just like, you know, you're hitting like Heroic Strike or whatever to like build up your rage and all that, and occasionally doing your other moves, and then stuff's proccing left and right, so you're just like constantly like seeing the little light blink on you. It's like, oh, I got my opportunity attack. Oh, I got this one attack. Oh, I got that one. And that, oh no, Rogue was when I was doing the most macroing. So I played as a gnome rogue named Micro Machine. And so I had macros on every one of my moves that were like more than like backstab or whatever. So like sprint, evasion, all of that had stuff that had saves and yells and all that kind of too. So my sprint was, oh, was it it was like Micro Machine Zoom or whatever, or something like that. Or Micro Machine Evasion mode or whatever. I had a bunch of these things. Like in hindsight, utterly obnoxious. Utterly obnoxious. Completely obnoxious. But I was also, like, a kid, man. I was a high schooler. The rogue who raided with your friend's valley is like a floor tank. He saw fire, he tanked it. Yup. Because the Prot Warriors had quite a few abilities off global cooldown, which made macros tough. They were doable. You had quite a few. Yeah, no, absolutely. You had where it was like, I think it was if you blocked or parried, you would get Overpower, I think was the move. And then you also had Revenge, I think was the other one. I don't remember which one was which. But yeah, I know when I played Prot Warrior, it was like, that's the kind of thing. You had your handful of moves you were doing, and you're like, oh, got that one. Oh, got that one. And like, anytime you use shield block, you absolutely knew you were getting revenge in about 10 seconds. Not even. You were in the next second, you're going to be getting a revenge up. If it wasn't on some other cooldown. I learned that I could buy just the seeds. I don't have to actually buy the potato boxes. I don't know if it's better or worse, or it doesn't matter at all. But I'd much rather buy a bunch of the pellets of seeds, which I can use for whatever I need them for. I also remember getting into arguments again, like people trying to tell you how to play your class, which especially when they're not even that class or have played that class. And the number of times I had people trying to make the excuse of like, well, yeah, while I was alive, I pulled some like really high damage. If you did your rotation, you could be pulling much better damage too. And you're like, also though, I had the higher total because I didn't die. You spent years playing Bard and EverQuest. That was Carpal Tunnel Simulator. My first MMO. Oh wait, I'm making a mistake. The same thing I did last time. We drop you off, and I need to go grab my cultivator. Those do require it. Yeah. So my first MMO period was Ultima Online, and I used to play the crap out of that game, and I got super sweaty into PvP. I also did a lot of PvE things, because as well as games, you could have like 5 or 6 characters on an account. I think it was 5 on an account, or no, it's 5 per server. You could be on multiple servers. So, you know, I had my sweaty tryhard PvP character who was a Dexer. So I would put, you know, like the deadly poison on my Chris and just go and wreck people. And all that kind of stuff. You know, then I had my carpenter, I had my blacksmith, had my whatever character. I had my dragon tamer. I remember the dragon tamer had something else they did. I don't remember what it was. I remember I used to piss people off in that game because they'd go out of their way to dragon tame and then PvP with it, which is always a dumb idea. And I could sit there and run up and give their dragon a thwack with some deadly poison, and then like quickly break line of sight and hide, and then just watch the dragon get chunked by the deadly poison. It usually took like 2 or 3 hits like that to take him down. You just like, I used to go out of my way, and I cannot remember the name of the dungeon, but like in the bottom there was like a lich or whatever, and you'd kill it, and sometimes it gave you like whatever, you know, Chris of Vanquishing or whatever. And I used to take that PvP, even though it was like one of the most valuable weapons in the game. Because that one, I think there was like a katana and a halberd that he could drop. They were all like considered super high value. And I used to take that thing and put deadly poison on it, which destroys the weapon over time. And I would take that thing PvPing and just kill lots of people. People weren't willing to risk the good stuff, which gave me a distinct advantage. That was, I think I streamed it on Discord one time. We had talked about Ultima Online. I think it was, Worm. I had played Worm Online, you know, for a little bit there. You know, Drongo was into it, or is into it. And I was like, okay, I'll check it out. I've never looked at Worm. And playing Worm was like, oh, this is right there with Ultima Online as far as the experience, so far as like how it levels and all that. And I didn't end up sticking to it too much. Like, it's a cool game, but it's definitely one of those ones I'm not I'm not prepared for that time commitment. Like, enjoyed what I did and all of it. But, like, it made me have that nostalgia for Ultima Online. I'm like, man, I want to go back and see where that's at. And it's still, like, Ultima Online still has its servers up. Oh, no, I think I had to create a new account. I think I lost my characters where, which isn't surprising. I played that over 20 years ago. But it was definitely one of those things that, like, you know, I booted it up and I'm like, you know what? Hey, if people want to see it, I'll stream it on Discord. Like, I didn't stream it on Twitch because ain't nobody looking for that content anymore. I forgot how awful the sound effects were in that game. Where you hit something with the crystal, it goes, Kang! Kang! You're like, this is awful sounding. And the animations are super duper janky. Like, when I say animations that are cards, I'm not talking about like character animations, like how your character moves. It was more like you would walk in the whole screen and kind of teleport forward, you know, a couple steps. Hey, Yoshisuke, how's it going? Yeah, I think, oh man, who was it I saw actually? Oh, was it Alto Funk? I don't think it was Gord. I think it was Alto Funk I might have seen play Ultima Online on the channel, like a couple of months back when I was like, wait, really? Yeah, one time you had a random DPS in a dungeon when you were leveling your dwarf priest. Told you shouldn't be playing as Shadow, because Shadow was terrible, and priests are only good for healing. And he would not stop about it, despite multiple polite requests. He got kicked because some reason he thought it was smart to do when everyone in the group was in the same guild. Oh yeah. I think people just have a complete lack of situational awareness. And I mean, even then, like back in the day, very genuinely, like even vanilla days, you wanted a Shadow Priest in your raid. One. Just one. But you really did want a Shadow Priest in your group. As a Warlock, I loved having a Shadow Priest with me. That was good times. I don't remember what it was they gave you. There was something they gave you that was really strong. It was it a passive, like you heal from damage? Was that what they did? I don't remember. Oh, mana regen? Yeah, that'd check out. Yeah, that sounds right. But it was something you're like, yes, you really want that. Yeah, Burning Crusade added leeching heals. Yeah, no, that was and for the record, I always liked that style of class. Like, I always liked the DPS healer. So like your DPS wouldn't be as strong, but like you were also a healer, so it's like a hybrid. But you usually had really good utility with a lot of them. I liked Disc Priest, where you were a healer, but you didn't really focus on healing so much as damage prevention. I liked the type of things where, like, you'd have classes that they were a tank class, but their tank was based on the damage they dealt. So again, they wouldn't be as strong as, like, a specialized DPS class. But I loved a lot of stuff. Or like, I think it was it the monk who had like a combat healer? You love being backed by Disc Priests? Oh yeah, especially later on, Disc Priests were wildly strong. Disc Priest was my favorite of the healing setups. I was really solid in Disc Priest. Did lots of arenas for a while as Disc. As a warrior main tank, it was nice to not have your health bar flux so much. There's been a couple of games that I've hidden my health bar before. And definitely there was once or twice in World of Warcraft. I can't remember where, like, there was certain encounters that you're just like, there's nothing I can do. Like, the spike damage is so hard so fast, like, I just need to use my stuff on cooldown, and that's all I got to throw at this. Like, there's no reacting as this fight. Like, my life is just going like this the entire fight. This is the healer's fight. I'm just here doing my tank rotation. And you just gotta hide that life bar. Because there is Jesus take the wheel, the healers got it or they don't. The other one I did that for was EVE Online. When I started flying oh, what was it? Heavy Interdictor? The thing you could hold cold cap ships in? That you could like put the lock on it so you can keep a Titan from leaving no matter what. As long as you're alive, that is. And I definitely remember we were doing like a big fleet battle and I had grabbed a Titan. It was the Amar one, was the Avatar. And I was the hack, or not hack, that's the heavy assault cruiser. I was the heavy interdictor on that. And just having all the remote heals on me while the enemy's trying to just desperately save their Titan. And you're just going, yep, we're just gonna go ahead and move that health bar out of the way. I do not need to be looking at this. Because I got my modules running and I got nothing else I can do. I am orbiting, I am running my modules, and I'm either gonna make it or I'm not. I have pushed all the buttons, and there are no more buttons to push. And just watching the light go, chomp, 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 chomp. And it would kind of hang for a moment. You're like, oh, did I just die? Oh, nope, there it goes again. Which we did get that one. I also died. Both things occurred. Both things occurred. I died and it died. But it was one of those things, like, I did my job. You know, we jumped in on it. It was trying to make its getaway. And I grabbed it. And it's like, all right, I've done my job. That was, like, I didn't play the, what was the term we used? Not interceptor. I mean, interceptors were the ship that did it. Grappler? That wasn't it. What the hell did we call people that your job was, you showed up, you were in a ship, that your only job was to grab the valuable thing and keep it from running? Tackler. It was a tackler. I didn't tend to run tackler very often. I usually was a damage dealer in the group. I did logistics for a little while, but that was pretty late in when I kind of had dropped off already. But I usually was a damage dealer in the group that, you know, would pop in and just, you know, I could usually slug it out with most stuff until a lot of changes happened in the game. Like, it was around the cap ships getting massively boosted, so far as being common, that the game really fell off. Back when, like, battleships are like your main damage dealers, and then you'd have, like, you know, cruisers as kind of your interference. And then frigates were your suicide pilots to tackle. But they again would choose the expensive thing, hold it there, while everyone else dealt with it. But yeah, I remember doing the heavy interdictor in that, like, one fight, just grabbing that Avatar. I was the only one left on it, just going, yep, this life bar is terrifying. There is nothing left for me to do here. Like, I'm orbiting close. That's it. There's no boosting my defenses more. I've got my hardeners on. Or whatever they were, I don't remember the module names. The things that made my resistance higher. I got those turned on, and everyone else has just got a healing me, and I'm either going to live or I'm going to die. I wanted to do more EVE, but the few PvP fights you were involved in, absolutely none of your inputs working until eventually you died and you couldn't tell what was lag or something. Oh, that's, was that early EVE? Like, first couple years? Because I know that used to be a major problem where you'd have to jump in, like, through a gate to each other, that kind of stuff. And that used to always be the thing that prevent those fights from happening, is whoever jumped into the other person's fight would be at a very noticeable and distinct disadvantage. So you'd often have, like, those things where both groups would fly their fleets up, I'm on this side of the gate, you're on that side of the gate, and you'd both sit there for hours until one of you left. And that's the way so many of those used to go. Because, like, again, if you jumped in, you were usually at such an incredible disadvantage that even if you had, like, the better kit, the better setup, the more, like, the better tacticians or whatever, you would just get routed most of the time. Oh, these are, like, 3 or 4 people fights? Weird. Well, that's a bummer. Those are usually my favorite fights, is where you had, like, not small number, but, like, between, like, 4 and 12 ships or whatever on each side. Those are usually my favorite fights. Enough that there was, enough you couldn't keep track of everything, but not so much that you'd had to worry about, like, the EVE Online has a thing where if the server starts to get overloaded, it'll actually slow down time in the game so that it runs all the commands in the correct order, that kind of thing. So you can't just, like, you had to worry about the lag out disconnecting people. Like, that was a problem. But assuming that didn't happen, you would have the fight play out and all that. And it was kind of cool when the game did slow down, because, you know, you're still having, you know, voice chat and be all there. It's like, you know, primary target is, you know, Nathaniel, secondary target is this. Okay, secondary target is switched over to this one. Okay, you know, this person, I need you to get out of there. We need a tackle on this person. Like, you'd have all that. And because the whole combat situation slowed down, it's kind of like when people are playing, like, real-time strategy games. You see that person who can, like, super finely micro everything, but, like, you know, you can actually follow it. And you would do your part, which again, usually I was a damage dealer. Like, I did carrier a couple of times, but you didn't tend to field those in many fights. Not unless you're talking absurd scale where you're just trying to put as many numbers on the board as possible. But, so usually it's just raw damage dealer and all that. So the only thing I cared about is, like, primary target is this, secondary target's that, tertiary target's that. You'd start targeting all your things, and you'd turn on all your guns. If that one wasn't in range, you'd switch to the secondary target, all that kind of stuff. And a lot of times it was just making sure you were positioned nearby the others and not stationary. And then just keeping up with what targets were what. And then if you started to take proper fire, you know, you didn't wait for permission to go, you left. If you're not a tackler and you started taking fire, your goal was to stay alive. And I can't tell you how many times I got away from the fight where I'm like, well, I'm dead. Like, here's cannot jump, you know, or cannot warp, you like warp scrambled. And the person would let off their warp scramble just a little too early, and I'd go, you know, flying away at like 5% haul or something like that. And they're like, do you think you can come back in the fight? It's like, absolutely not. Nope, I can't see my health. I am outie. I got away with that so many times, especially doing solo ganks. I used to do that back before a lot of nerfs happened. I'd sit behind enemy lines in an Armageddon, and my entire low slots were nothing but CPU, or not CPUs, heat sinks. And then I'd only have like 3 guns on it, because that's all I could handle with the limits on the ship. So it's normally a ship that's supposed to have, like, I think 7 guns, but it put 3 guns, and then they had the damage multipliers, which used to not have diminishing returns. And so you could get them to being like 32 times damage at like 20 times the fire rate or whatever. And so a gun that's supposed to be like, you know, bop, 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 wait. Bop, bop, bop. It would be like the Star Trek, the sweeping laser kind of thing, but, you know, on a single target. And it would go there and you'd watch the energy of the ship just go, whoop, but the other ship would explode, and then you ran. Because you had nothing left to give. You just dumped your entire energy tank into someone and annihilated them. And I would do that and usually get a pretty decent number of kills before someone properly managed to set up a trap for me. And I got away most of the time even then, because I'd usually take out their main damage dealer, which would catch people off guard because a lot of people just didn't realize how broken it was. So take out like their main damage dealer or two in a matter of like in the first 5-10 seconds of the engagement. You'd have all these like little ships just trying to hold me there. And usually I could just get away from them in time, or they would retreat or whatever. Or I'd just endure them until they ran out of energy to keep holding me, and I would just get away as they're trying to chip me away. Because I didn't have any tank on that ship. It was very glass cannon. It was just a lot of cannon. That was also before they made it so like the frigates could spin around you real fast and you had no prayer of hitting them. Which was a good change. To be fair, nerfing those things to have diminishing returns was a correct choice. Like, it was sad to see that go, but it was broken as heck. Good times. Every once in a while I miss EVE Online, but it's definitely one of those games that, like, every time I think about ever playing again, it's like, nah, no. Absolutely not. You know how much time you spent in that game. No, that's never coming back. It's one of those things I would push back on, like, the joke of EVE Live is that spreadsheet simulator, and it can be. If you're into the manufacturing and production side of things, oh, you better believe you're going to be looking at some spreadsheets. Or, like, if you're someone who's going to be doing the trade stuff to, like, corner markets and, like, become, like, the only, like, sole source for something so you can jack up the prices, which were things you could do, and I had done. I loved doing that with ammo because everyone had to buy ammo. So you'd find some, like, corner of the galaxy that just didn't have an economy, and then just buy up all the ammo that was not way overpriced, and then just sell it overpriced. And you'd have people who wouldn't do the numbers. I had people in that area who were selling me ammo at more than the cost to produce it. And, you know, they were still making money in their total because they would do all the work to get all stuff and they'd get their little bounties and all that as they were mining. But, like, they would have been better off just literally selling the minerals on the market for me to make the ammo instead. But they would sell me the ammo on the cheap. And I could see them out there mining every day, and I'm like, did you not do the math? Like, literally what you're making this out of is worth more than the thing you're making. But, whatever. I didn't care, I was getting money. That's their problem for not doing the math. And if they had just put the stuff up on the market at a higher price, they probably would have still bought it all up. It was worth it for me to do that. Having a local monopoly just would do that for you. You just make so much money. There was times I would go from that. I can't remember what the system was. It was down in Minmatar space, but I would go like 2 jumps to the main Mars system or whatever it was, and I could go and just buy up a ton of ammo. Hop back down there and just put a bunch of that back in the market again. And again, I was charging like 2-3 times what I was buying for it. So it's just this passive income for just putting it up on the market, having a buy order, and having a sell order. You know, when I say in order for each, it was like each type of ammo was an order. I did that in a number of places. It was always a fun thing when you could pull it off. Usually you can only do it for a while before someone would wise up to what you're doing and start competing with you at your own game. And that was usually when it's time to pack it in and go someplace else. Or find another thing to corner. Because even if you were, you know, winning the competition between the two of you, it was still undermining the amount of money you could get out of it. You know, instead of getting 3 times, you're getting 1.5 or whatever. Alright. So we got the field cultivated, so the next thing we're going to need to do is actually... Okay, so your good pH value... Well, good to okay, that's fine. So I'll need to plant the potatoes, and then I'll need to fertilize, because the potato planter does not fertilize. Another game that I occasionally find myself missing is Warframe. I played Warframe heavily for a good long while. Well before I was streaming. And yeah, no, I remember playing a whole bunch of things. I remember one of my first favorite Warframes was Limbo, which people hated you when you played Limbo. And that's because most people who played Limbo had no idea what they were doing. But like, a good Limbo could be a very powerful thing. But broadly speaking, good luck finding one. Because the whole gimmick behind Limbo was you could use a move on your friends, and you could kind of like switch friends and enemies between like 2 different states, where things in one state couldn't damage things in the other state, kind of thing. And there's a lot of silly shenanigan gimmicks you could do with that. I don't remember all the moves, but there was a lot of opportunity for abuses and shenanigans. I want to say it's only like the regular weapons didn't work. I think your special attacks still switch between the two. I can't quite remember the details. It's been too long. Then after that, you had like the basic ones. Like I think it was Ash was the fire ones. You just run around, you turn on your super powerful move, and just watch everything around you burn. You're a glass cannon. There was one that would like do a backstab that teleport around the map, and you could just. It was the one if you ever want to just not have any idea what was going on in existence but still winning. That was the one, because it would teleport you between enemies and you'd use an attack on them, and you could get it to scale to obnoxious proportions. So you'd spend the whole fight, you'd hit your button, you'd just start teleporting constantly, and just be like, well. No idea where I am or where I'm going, but everything's dying, so I guess that's cool. I kind of bounced around in a lot of the Warframes. It's a cool game. The art style's weird, but it grows on you. But it's got some pretty aggressive monetization though. Like you get your Warframes, and that's kind of like your classes in most games. It's like an armor, but they all have like their own moves, so it's kind of like being able to switch between like priest and warrior and rogue and all that. And you get a limited number to start with, and there are in-game. Oh yeah, it was Ember. It was Ember the one that sets everything on fire, and it was Ash that teleports. Yeah, that would teleport and like hit stuff from behind. It wasn't. I don't think Ash was particularly stealthy, but it was like an assassin frame. But the ultimate that you got, I think it was like your ultimate move or whatever, and it would just start executing everything like that you had line of sight on or something like that. And so you'd start teleporting around, executing everything. And it was completely and utterly, disorienting. And then on top of that, anything you queued up for execute couldn't be killed by anyone else. So people get mad because they're getting hurt by this enemy, and you have like 30 things on your queue to assassinate, and it'd be the last one as they're getting beaten the crap out of on them. People did not like grouping up with Ash. I think it was Ash. Because remember Loki was the main stealth frame. But yeah, so you get your stuff, but the thing was you had a limited number of slots. And you could pay to get platinum, which was their premium currency, to then buy extra slots. And you could take things and trade with other players to get platinum to then do that. And then there were sometimes, very rarely, opportunities to get extra slots by doing whatever thing. But it was definitely one of those games that you could spend a lot of money on it over time. Just, getting extra weapon slots, getting other Warframe slots, all that kind of stuff. So, like, the monetization could get... It wasn't egregiously bad, but yeah. Right, yeah. That's what Ash's job was find big open room, hit the button, stab everything in sight. It was a good solo frame. But they did have a very, very wide range of characters. I will also say that it was the first couple of frames were mostly basic stuff. You got the vaguely tanky one, the vaguely sneaky one, the one that lights everything on fire around them, that kind of stuff. But it was over time that they kind of really hit their stride, where they started introducing, frames that did more obscure, weird things that were far more interesting. I just liked a lot of the weapons in the game. I remember one of my favorite weapons I'd use the most is the comb, which was a chain-fed shotgun. I mean, it had like a disc that spun, but it was effectively a chain-fed shotgun. It was terrible on your ammo efficiency. But, you would just run around the whole time hearing dot, 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 and just deleting everything. It was ridiculous damage, but it was so much fun to do that. I like a lot in those games. I like getting the weapon that's just spray. Just maximum ammo in that direction. You'd have a lot of people who like sweaty, they want to do the sniper things, and that'd be taking forever, and you're like, you're just deleting half the map. You're like, well, I just put all the bullets that way, and I let things sort themselves out. Who needs precision when you got more DACA? It's a cool game. I don't think I'd ever go back to it. And for the record, they keep adding stuff, so, like, to their credit, they are always adding more to that game. But I kind of fell off when they really pushed the open world thing. Like, it was the radio thing that, like, properly did me, and then I was like, nah, man. Like, it was very much a FOMO kind of thing, where they'd be like, oh, you gotta play every day and do your objectives, otherwise you don't get the pretty prize at the end. And it would be, like, for a month or 2 or 3 months, I don't remember how long it was. And you couldn't miss the occasional day, but as you had to, like, get, like, 5 out of the 7 days out of the week, you had to finish your objectives to be able to get the last thing. And it was 100%, I took one look at that and been like, okay, so if I miss more than, like, 3 days in a week, I might as well F off for the season because I can't play catch-up. And, like, this item that they're giving me at the end of this is, like, really valuable and hard to get and very important. Like very useful, not important, that's not the right word. Very useful, so it's something, like, you really want, and, like, alright, I'm out. I'm out. I don't mind if I have to, like, log in, you know, cumulatively 60 times to get my shiny bauble, but if I have to log in 60 times in a row without missing a day and do my thing, nah, man, I got more to life than that. I am not playing your game on my schedule. That was kind of the thing that pushed me out of stuff like World of Warcraft in the longer run, was also just, you had to be like, well, that's raid night, I need to make sure I keep my calendar open for raid night. Or, like, you know, one of the reasons why I just never got into Rust is, at first it was like player versus AFK, so you'd get your base built, you come back the next day and all your walls would be gone and someone would have looted all your stuff while you weren't there. And then they add the timers, so you could only be attacked at certain times, which means, like, you felt an obligation to be on at certain hours a day or you'd lose everything. So that was a big old no thank you. That's also a thing that happened with EVE Online. If I was doing anything as, like, the bigger group, you kind of had to schedule, like, alright, we need people holding the gate at these hours so that we don't have people sneaking through. And so you'd kind of do guard duty, and it's like, nah, man. So I started doing stuff like agent missions and a lot more PvE stuff and, like, you know, in-system, that kind of thing. Because a lot of the alliances, if you just ratted and mined in nullsec and didn't pull your weight on other stuff, they get upset with you. I was like, nah, man, I'm sorry. Having to play a game on a schedule is not something I want to do ever again. I've done my time. It was fun. But, like I've got fond memories or whatever. But yeah, no, if a game, like, it's one thing when it's like a release of game. So like a new league launch of Path of Exile. Sure, I get it. That's when the game's dropping. Sure, I'll hop on that day. That kind of a thing is fine. But when you have a game where it's like, no, each day at 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. you really need to be on to, like, hold the defensive line or whatever. Like, nah. More power to you if you enjoy that kind of thing, man. Nah. The moment I feel like I have that level of an obligation to a game is the moment I bounce. Like, it's the same thing with, like, streaming games that, like, if I feel like I have to play a certain game, it takes away all the joy and the fun for me that I will not play it. So, like, with the channel, like, if it was something like RimWorld or Project Zomboid or whatever, that, like, I felt like I needed to play it, or, like, the numbers would just decline, I would fight tooth and nail to not play it, regardless of the impact on numbers, because, like, the moment it no longer feels like a choice is the moment it's no longer fun. It can become not fun for other reasons before that. But, like, the moment that choice is taken away, or at least feels like it's taken away, it doesn't actually have to be. Just the feeling it's being taken away just really, really sucks the joy out of it. Okay. Yeah, with Warframe. What field is this? This is potatoes. This is my far south field. It's the potato field. The potato field's my slowest field. We got any new crops after potatoes yet? Not yet. We've already rolled. It's going to be sugar beets, which sucks. we need to make about 500,000 to get the machine I need to actually do the sugar beets. Like, if we're lucky and I can catch it on sale, it'll be like 250, 300,000. Which is what I'm hoping is that'll show up here, but yeah. There's what you think is the Slex... What? What? Okay. Yep, so we're just getting our potatoes planted. And this is kind of the rough part with like the potatoes and the sugar beets. The planter, this is as big as it gets. So it just takes a little while. The harvester, not particularly big, so it just takes a little while. But the good news is they all pay well. So that is kind of the nice thing, is broadly speaking, the longer it takes to do a crop, usually the better pay per acre. Not necessarily the better pay per time. There's definitely some crops that just take a ridiculously long time, so that even by the acreage, you're making really, really good money. In the real life time, it's not. With the big caveat of when you're looking at olives and grapes, that olives and grapes pay horrifically badly. Oh, you spelled the field? Okay, yeah. I got you. You misspelled field, I see. That was the reason I was like, what? What? I mean, that could easily just be hitting the buttons in the wrong order. But yeah, no, it's a thing. Alright. Man, that's been going good. But you get confused between which one. Yeah, no, it's all good. Just checking one thing real fast. Alright. Have you ever seen Eden Crafters? It looks like a mix of Plasma Crafters and Satisfactory, released last week. Oh, did it come out last week? I know that came up at some point. And I don't think it was recently. I think it was a while back that someone had mentioned that to me. But I didn't realize it came out last week. Let me wait till we loop this around the other way, and let me quickly pull that up. I think I looked at that, and it was like, oh, that might be one I check out when it's closer to done. If it's the one I'm thinking about. It's also tricky because there's been a lot of games that look really promising, and then you pull it up, it's like generative AI, and I'm like, nope. But don't think that was that one. These days, I have to check to see if I already own it. So, Eden Crafters. It is on my wish list. Don't play sound. No generative AI disclosure. Gotcha. Okay, so it's 1.0. Yeah, I'll have to check that out later. Like, take a look at it and see if it's one I want to cover. I mean, Planet Crafters plus Satisfactory sounds good. I just gotta actually like circle back and look at it and all that kind of stuff. See how it looks. On paper, it sounds good. But you know, just want to double check. Like these days, you just check. Be like, what's the monetization? Is it straight up buy the game? You know, what are like the reviews look like? I don't even care if it says like mostly negative or positive or whatever, because you know people review bomb and all that. It's so much as what I see when I go there. Like, if people are sitting there going, oh yeah, you know, the game just dumped a bunch of features it wasn't going to do or whatever, like, I don't anticipate with that one. It looked like it had relatively good reviews. But, you get the idea. Just do it once over, because I've definitely had once or twice that I went to look into a game, went to stream it, pulled up the game information the day I had planned to stream it, and went, oh crap. You know, missed the generative AI disclosure, or they added it later or whatever. And like, again, this isn't like, you can do what you want with generative AI. It is a thing that I will not cover generative AI games. That's my own personal stance. And there has been one or two times the game looked really good, and I'm like, oh man, that sounds sick. Let's check that out. And you see that disclosure in the bottom. But there's only been once or twice I've seen that where I've actually been properly bummed out. Most of the time when I see it, I'm like, alright, that's easy. That's just one game off the list. It's like everything. So generally I'm finding so you've always had low effort games. You know, we used to call it shovelware, then it became asset flips, and now it's AI slop. But they all kind of serve the same thing. They're your kind of crappy, low effort games, and they can be fun. But, you know, your very low effort games, you know, and all that. And those have been around forever, and those will probably always be around. But that's where you see, like, the bulk of generative AI. You do actually have generative AI happening in your AAAs as well. And that's a lot of your, like, AAAs that have a history of, like, underpaying people, overworking them on salary, like, all those kind of, like, really crappy anti-labor kind of behavior, like, where they're really just crappy to their own staff. That's where you're seeing a lot of it as well. Now, for the companies in the middle, so like your AA and all that, you're not seeing it as much. There are definitely some, but I'm definitely finding the nicer indie games and like that middle AA range, a lot of them are kind of going the opposite direction where they're explicitly saying, we will not use AI, we are not using AI, and that kind of thing. So like you look at games made by, for example, Hooded Horse. Hooded Horse has a strict in their contract, you are not allowed to use generative AI. Like, it is literally a breach of contract if they are publishing your game and you use generative AI. And there's a lot of the more popular indie publishers are starting to do that, which is good. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. That's one of the reasons why we're big fans of Hood Horse. We were fans before that, and that just is yet another thing to put on their pile of, like, going, hey, Hood Horse is pretty awesome. But yeah. So, a lot of those, like, again, kind of the nicer, like, the graphics are more done, they're more fleshed out, they've taken the time to kind of figure out their systems, less janky indie games. And a lot of your AA games, they're going with the, hey, we don't use generative AI, like, explicitly. Like, they'll do the thing where you look on the right side of the screen on Steam, where they'll have, like, the, you know, like, no AI badge or whatever they've created. You know, that kind of thing. You're seeing a lot more of that. And I think that's a very smart place to be, because, like I said, the primary places where generative AI is being used is, one, the low-end, crappiest of the crap slop games, again, which have been around forever. That's not new. Your asset flips, shovelware, that kind of garbage. That's one place you're seeing it very heavily used. And if you're trying to make a better, nicer game, you don't want to be mixed up for that low-end garbage that half the time doesn't run, is missing features, and is just usually hot crap. And then on the other hand, you know, one of the big things that differentiates a lot of your AAs and nicer indie games is that they treat their teams well. Like, there's a lot of love and passion and everything put into their games, and they don't just, you know, the people working on the games aren't just a number to be churned out. You know, the game does well, we'll lay them off. The game does bad, we'll lay them off. It's a Tuesday, well, I guess we'll lay them off, like a lot of the AAAs do. Like, that's to me the most short-sighted thing about the entire industry is, like, you have a game, it does amazingly well, and then the devs, or they still lay off, like, 20% of the team, and you're like, then what the hell's the motivation for me to putting real work into it? It means that no matter how my product turns out, I still probably don't have a job, you know, in a week or two when the current project's done. Like, why would I bother and not just milk that paycheck while looking for my next job? Because I'm gonna have to look for it in a couple weeks anyways. it's just such short-sighted stuff, and it just drives people out of the industry entirely, and then they just go into something else, and now we have less game devs. But yeah, the reason why it feels like it's ubiquitous and everywhere is a big part of it is, again, those low-effort indie games. Just like it felt like asset flips were everywhere for a while, and all that. Like, especially like the supermarket simulator clone kind of games. Those for a hot minute was everywhere. It's like everything has to have AI these days. Yeah, no, I mean, you're good. It was just one of those things that, like, it's really easy to feel like in games that, like, generative AI is just in everything. Like, as far as, like, the emails I get being like, hey, check out this game, hey, check out that game, will you cover our game, blah, 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 like, that whole stuff. It is one of those things, it's probably, like, 9 out of 10 of it is, like, generative AI or just low-effort garbage. Like, it is a very, very large portion of it. But half of those, it's like, well, what's your budget? We don't have one. Why should I cover your game? And it'd be like, you know, mismatch. Like, oh, this is our high octane horror game. You're like, did you bother doing your market research? Do you have any idea, like, what my normal content is? And so it's a lot of those ones that just shotgun the games out, praying someone will play it. And those, again, a lot of that's like the generative AI stuff where they clearly don't care. They're just trying to make a product for as cheaply as possible and just put it out in the world and hope they make some sales. There's a lot of that happens. That's, aw, man. Where did I see it? Was it on Reddit? I think it was on the indie dev subreddit. There was a person complaining that their last couple of games that they have just not been getting sales. And a bunch of people are like, oh man, like, I'm so sorry to hear that. Like, yeah, it's a really tough industry. And you're like, fair enough. Like, you should be like, yeah, you know, hey, it sucks that you're you're putting in your work and you're doing this. And people are like, oh, you know, let me check out what you got. Like, what do you got here? Maybe we can give you some feedback, or maybe we can, you know, drum up some support or whatever. Like, let's, like, we're all in this together kind of thing or whatever. And this guy had released like 8 games in the last year, and all of it was like the jankiest, messiest, most like poorly made AI slop. It's like, yeah, you know why no one's buying your game? It looks like garbage. Like, you're just turning around these like really, really terrible quality games and then being shocked that you can't sell them for like 20 bucks a piece. You know, take the time to make a better game, or you're gonna have to bring that price down a lot. You probably have to do both. And like the reviews they had on their games were all like abysmally bad. With just stuff not running right. You know, the game just not having any purpose. Like, just lacking features that whole bit. But it's just funny because it's like, you know, is the whole thing, people are like, oh man, I'm so sorry to hear that. The moment he shared a link to his Steam page, like the publisher page, people are like, this is all crap. There's a reason you're not selling anything, man. This is terrible. And it wasn't terrible like, hey, you're new to dev, you're learning, your first games are probably not going to be very good. It's like, nah, man, you didn't even bother. You found some AI and told it make you a game and just published whatever came out the other side. It barely works. I do look forward to the AI bubble properly bursting. It's one of those things like I mentioned it early that like there's people who are just so caught up in the bubble of it, like the investor side of it, and they don't look at how it's being received. They don't pay attention to their potential customer base or their audience and the, you know, the expectations or whatever around any of that. And yeah, I'd mentioned at the beginning of the stream that I was pretty happy that, you know, the university I went to, UCF, there was a commencement speech for graduation that had happened. And the lady had just really talked up Jeff Bezos for like 5 whole minutes, and this wasn't a student or faculty, it was a guest speaker. And then to an English lit group of graduates and all that, was like, AI is going to be bringing again, the next industrial revolution, and she got booed really bad, and it took her completely by surprise. And then she was like, before AI, like, we used to have to make all of this stuff before AI, and everyone started cheering, and she just never did recover for the rest of that talk. It was someone who completely and utterly failed to read the room in any capacity. It's like, yeah, you're walking into a room of freshly graduating, like English students, literature students, art students, and basically trying to say, hey, this thing that's threatening all your jobs is pretty awesome, right? And being shocked when they don't agree. But that was just kind of going with the, like, investor side of it. You have a lot of investors who they all hang out with other investors, and tech bros and all that kind of stuff. And so when they finally do see, like, the typical person, they go, oh yeah, no, the sentiments with, like, people broadly speaking is pretty negative on generative AI and AI broadly speaking because of what it's doing to them. It catches them by surprise because they're existing in their own little bubble the whole time. Just hearing from the other investors patting their backs, boosting them. They're not hearing from, like, the people actually using a lot of the stuff. And this isn't even an AI thing. That's been tech buzzwords forever. Whether it's crypto or NFTs or blockchain. Machine learning being the weird one in that it actually is a very good technology that does amazing things, but it was sort of a buzzword in its own right when it first came out because people were shoving it into absolutely everything without consideration. And then again, it is actually a very valid and really good technology versus the other ones. NFTs have no reason to exist. There's nothing they bring to the table of value. Crypto, as in, like, related to blockchain and all that, doesn't bring anything to the table that's worth considering. Crypto, as in cryptography, has value. That's how encryption works. But, like, when people say crypto, they're talking related to blockchain and cryptocurrencies and whatever. We had a conversation a few days about generative AI created dropship store websites. There have been good drop shipping stores in the past, but they're easy to horribly bad cheap. Generative AI has become times trivial. You feel like there goes in the same direction with generative AI games. There's been some cheap done products that just bank on the occasional sales for the past eras, then burn the product and iterate. It just becomes very easy with generative AI. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, before generative AI, you would have stuff like, there was Power Washer Sim, which is good. We like Power Washer Sim. Excellent game. Highly recommend. But then you'd have the knock-on ones that'd be like, Pressure Washer Sim. Or Power Washer Sim Together. Or, like, you get the idea. They don't actually have, like, they don't care about making a good game. They care about just getting enough of a bar that Valve won't yank them off the store and force them into refunds or anything like that. They literally are just trying to get something there that maybe people accidentally buy. In that case, they're aiming more for the you will mistake it for the good game, but it's not. And you still get that with the generative AI stuff too. Let's see. NFTs for trading stock market product / financial contracts were a thing, right? And that is valid, not just in the public eye. For trading stock market, right? Financial contracts is the right thing, right? No, so the whole thing with the non-fungible token nonsense, that was more being used for stuff around, like, this image supposedly was a one of one that you're buying that image and that kind of stuff. That's like a lot of the NFTs when it comes to, like, talking about NFTs and non-fungible and all that. Like, you've got methods for, like, you can use, for example, blockchain to do verification, but you don't need to use blockchain for verification. We already had the thing. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I don't believe they've been using NFTs for any type of, like, stock market or everything. We've already had pretty solid, like, you don't run into problems with the stock market where people like falsely trading in the sense of like fooling the system that much or anything like that. Like that's kind of the same thing with like blockchain. Yes, you can use blockchain to like verify because they wanted to apply it to like voter IDs and all sorts of nonsense. Like, well, there's not a need for that. Like, we actually have some really good systems for a lot of that kind of stuff already existed that doesn't come with all the negative side effects and problems. And that's not getting into like environmental. We're just talking about like all the overhead and everything introduced by doing stuff like blockchain and its whole thing. And actually, like, you know, a lot of stuff like blockchain and how a lot of that stuff works can also have its own things that can defeat it as well. But as far as I'm aware, they're not using NFTs in any type of stock market nonsense. I could be wrong. And that's the same. Some of, like, when you look at a lot of the tech buzzwords, there are usually at least a couple valid use cases. Like, blockchain does have a couple of very, very specific niche use cases. But, like, they're not... You're not turning a multi-billion-dollar business around it. You're talking, this is some, like, little company who has this one niche product they provide, or this one specific slice, and all that stuff. Let's see, you know an upcoming winemaker who had a sweet deal with a well-known traditional fine wine merchant, but got excited about NFTs, and they parted ways so the wine could be sold as an NFT. Oh, weird. Let's see, you thought he had learned, in a crypto class that was an application. But that was 18 years ago. There's some smart contracts that use NFTs, but it's not like it's required. It's just another way of doing things. Yeah, that's kind of thing. It's like, I could see use cases for non-fungible tokens, not the images, but like the technology. Just the same, there is kind of like those very niche use cases for like blockchain and all that. But it's kind of one of those things that like, it is a very, very specific niche. Or it does something that we were already covering, but whatever. Because I definitely remember with the, when blockchain was the big buzzword, I was doing dev and all that. And I got it really, really pushed that we had to include blockchain in one of our products somehow because the investors were demanding it. And if I remember correctly, what I ultimately did is at the time you would do a transaction, so you'd go to finish your transaction, we would oh man, I gotta remember how blockchain even works. I believe we would generate the, it's not a token. Either way, because like the whole thing with blockchain is you can kind of encrypt it, de-encrypt it back and forth and all that stuff. And basically all I did is when you started the order, it would generate it, and then you'd do the order and take it. It didn't do anything. The point was, it technically ran that and didn't do anything at all. But technically it was one of those things we could just put on the bottom where it's like powered by blockchain or whatever. And it made the investors all happy and to stop bothering us. And I kept that thing out in Siberia. Whereas like here was all of the rest of the order logic. And I had this blockchain thing way, way over here. And I just had the one call there, and then the moment the, you know, blockchain bubble popped, just cut it, got rid of it. Would you like Liam as your fabulous receptionist? You could DM their code. Oh, yeah, no, if, I mean, I would be totally fine if, like, Liam was on the spreadsheet or whatever. Like, and it's also, like, totally fine, you know, I'm happy to bring them in as well. But the blockchain be useful to track provenance, but is it really superior? Well, that's the kind of thing, is there's a lot of those tech buzzword things, they're a solution looking for a problem. In a lot of ways, or they're like a not necessarily better solution to a problem that's already been solved. And again, with machine learning being the exception, where it was like pseudo a tech buzzword, but also really, really, really a useful tech. Like its problem wasn't that it wasn't a valid or extremely useful technology. It was everyone was trying to shove it into everything, no matter how much it made sense. So even though it was a powerful technology, it had a very, very, really like awesome stuff it could do, it was being kind of shoved into literally everything, no matter how little sense it made. It was a lot more like .com boom bust kind of thing than, you know, the NFTs and blockchain and crypto. Apparently you're not cheap enough. Whoa, wait. I gotta actually pay them properly? Alright, hang on. I thought we were talking like, you know, internship. No, that's fine. Like, that's the plan, is to get a whole bunch of those names all in there, so that as you're playing, you know, you randomly just see, you know, I go to hire a receptionist and like Liam shows up, or I go to hire a janitor. I don't know who's going to have what, but you get the idea. You go to hire someone, or some like random guest scrolls, and you're like, oh hey, it's that person. Okay. And we're almost done with the potato field. And then once you've got this, I need to weed and I need to fertilize. And then the potato field is done. And then it was the rice in April, I believe we planted. Which that one I just run the machine and do that. Yeah, things like Treacle set, what it says. But you're actually thinking digitally signed contracts that can be resold, e.g. you could digitally sign a financial derivative contract. Say, call a call option. Create an NFT to the signatures basis, and then that should be tradable, and you would be able to handle the trade and call the option with the NFT. And you thought that was actually a standard way to financials handle it, but you may be wrong. I honestly don't know the answer to that, Infinity. Like, very genuinely, I don't know the answer to that. Like, I could see NFTs working for that. Like, that would be potentially a viable use case. And one could also argue you could use blockchain for a lot of that stuff, too. But also, you could just use key pairing as well. You could use kind of our standard industry stuff we've had forever that would also serve the same basic purpose. Like, anything that you could verify on the other side would work. Because ultimately, like the NFT kind of thing, the whole idea is that's supposed to be a single instance of a thing. But obviously you can still copy it, it's a computer or whatever. But then there's like a whole bunch of tech around it with all that to be like, oh well, that's not the actual one. But that usually doesn't matter, no one cares. Because like with a financial use case, for example, you don't care about the actual like data item you're getting. You care about what it represents. You know, the option in that case. Because in the end, NFTs are just passed around as NFT. If you're trying to tie that to a contract, all parties need to agree that the NFT ties the contract. So why not just pass around the contract instead of the NFT? Yeah, it's kind of one of those things. It's like, if you needed some type of verification, it's the authentic deal. Like, we've got solutions to that. That is a problem that was solved in, like, I was gonna say the 90s, but I'm pretty sure it predates that even. You can just use blockchain for the blockchain encryption. It would have made it, but no ordinary person would touch it. That isn't involved with checking crypto algorithms. Yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things like, because we're not even getting into the area. It's like, oh well, the current technology is defeated, like using it out of date encryption or something like that. It's like, no, like you verify stuff. Like, all verification can be defeated or whatever, but at the same time, you're talking like a stock option or whatever that's going to have banks and all that involved. You don't, like, the physical thing you're delivering back and forth, nobody cares about that. It's what it's associated with and all that involves a bank transaction between two different things. And even then, if it was done fraudulently, most of the time those things can be reversed until you start talking about internal, external stuff, and usually the solution to that isn't better technology. Usually the solution to that is stuff like cooldown periods. Like, okay, I'm going to send a bunch of money over to this place. Well, that money is not accessible to the other place until an amount of time has passed. You know, it's the same thing, like, if I were to just get a check for like $500,000 or whatever and just walk over to my buddy and be like, here's a check, and they go to cash it. They're going to go to their bank and they're like, cool, we have this here. You've done, like, your show your ID or whatever. all right, well, that money's not going to be available for 7 days or whatever amount of time, I don't know. While basically they make sure everything runs through fine. Like, they won't just be like, cool, money's in the account, have a blast. And then the stuff that does make the money there instantly, like bank checks, all that kind of stuff, usually involve the parties being in, you know, in person, yada yada. Like, there's setups for all that to tackle a bunch of the potential problems. And not saying we shouldn't come up with better solutions, but I mean, we're talking about NFTs. I'm pretty sure I need to be on the other side of this. And I do. Yeah, no, the thing that kind of sold me on the tech buzzword, like, because those are some of the earlier ones I dealt with, was, again, blockchain, crypto, NFTs would come way later, was, like, you would be sitting there being told you needed to implement, you know, NFTs for whatever, or not NFTs, but blockchain for whatever reason, and they would be trying to come up with ways to implement it. And that kind of told you that you didn't need it. That, like, you had a thing, and you're trying to come up with how you were going to use it that made sense. All right, I'm going to put the AI worker on this because I need to use the restroom. So I'm going to do that real fast, and I'll be right back. But thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a minute. All right. Let's see. Well, if you hand around a digital contract, you're still going to be assigned file, probably with a transaction log and signature. So if it's not vastly different from NFT, is it? Unless you're misunderstanding in the first place. You're right, it's not different, but the NFT is not, the end is nothing but a digital code. The code is not a contract, it's just a bunch of random letters and numbers. We still have to agree those letters and numbers represent the contract. Right. Yeah. Well, that's kind of the thing. Like, NFTs you can use, but, like, they do a lot of same stuff that we already have. Like, it's not like having the NFT inherently makes it worse or better. It's just another option. But, it's one of those things that, like, it is getting pushed around everywhere. And granted, the big NFT craze didn't even have to do with the actual token technology. It was people grifting images. It was your concerned ape, or not concerned ape, I'm sorry. Your, oh, it wasn't lazy ape, what was it? The frowning apes, that, like, everyone was passing around those stupid apes everywhere. And a whole bunch of people losing a whole lot of money on them. A whole bunch of people made money on them. But that's usually what happens with a lot of those. Bored ape. That's right, bored ape. People are passing those around everywhere. But that's usually when you look at a lot of the tech buzzwords, it's pay attention to a lot of what the people who are investing in it do. You'll have a lot of the early adopters who aren't just individuals, but like bigger money people, bigger investors, and they'll usually get on board right away. And they'll usually get back off right away too. So they'll go in there when the tech buzzword starts going. They'll throw a bunch of money across there. Things will start to build up. A bunch of other investors don't want to miss out, and so they get on. And then quietly, the initial investors start backing back out. Because you'd agree, the send around the file first each time nowadays. By a few kilobytes. Yep. Looks up Bored Ape. It was just the images that that people were using to promote NFTs. That basically the idea was you would have these images would be secured by non-fungible tokens, so that only the one person had the original. And that'd be worth millions, and it'd revolutionize art for everyone, and artists everywhere would be making lots of money, and yada yada. A whole bunch of lies. And people are like, counter argument. Downloads the image. And that went for a while. And then eventually the companies, like, basically doing the scam of all this stuff, shut down their servers, and all those images disappeared. And so instantly all that supposed value of money that people had spent literally millions of dollars on these stupid images, and just images are all gone. And at a minimum, the non-fungible tokens are all gone, so even if you still had the image, like that supposed token that was your thing of value, making it 101 or whatever, vanished there. The point was, it was a stupid JPEG or PNG or whatever, and you're paying millions of dollars for it. Like, you don't need to go farther than that. Like, that's that point where you should have that critical moment and be like, this is an image that anyone can copy from me. It is an image that wasn't something I commissioned, and I'm paying for commission, that I just bought on the computer online, that in theory is worth millions of dollars. An image. Here's a hint. If I go and I grab the Mona Lisa and I go to buy that in auction, like the actual painting, that's going to be an F ton of money. If I go to buy a picture of the Mona Lisa on the computer, I can go to Google and I can have that right now for free. They're the same picture. One is a physical real-world artifact. But like, if you hand you a small piece of paper with green ink on it and a picture of Andrew Jackson, we all, at least here in the U.S., agree the paper is worth $20 worth of goods. And you have to get everyone to agree the same level. That is what let's see. Everyone agree at the same level that the NFT database is valid. Right. And that gets into, oh, I'm blank. It begins with an F. Where currency is based on fiat. That's fiat currency, where we, like, the paper isn't worth anything. Like, the paper in itself is a piece of paper that's arguably worth less because it's covered in ink. But we agree it has a value outside of its actual physical, its physical material value. And so it's just kind of one of those things. So yes, if you could get collectively, not even everyone, the majority of people to agree that, you know, this dumb image on the internet is worth that amount of money, then it is technically worth that amount of money. Just the reason why people made a whole bunch of Beanie Babies worth a whole bunch of money, and all these kind of things. But yeah, you're not wrong. Like that's kind of the thing. Crypto coins are also very much the same thing. That it's only worth what people are willing to pay with it, kind of thing. The catch with a lot of stuff when you get into like cryptocurrency and all that, there is a lot of mucking around that happens with that. A lot of stuff like money laundering and nefarious things that go on with cryptocurrencies. That is a big part of what's not legitimized them, but given them kind of an anchoring value, which even then is all over the place. But you know, you'll have people argue that the cryptocurrency is worth so much money, and you're like, okay, can I order a pizza with one? Can I pay my power bill with one? And there is the rare occasion where the answer is yes, but usually you have to overpay out the nose to make it worth it, because they put the volatility into consideration and, you know, deliberately undervalue it for the purposes of mitigating the risk. But broadly speaking, if I go to my power company and be like, yo, can I give you like 1,000th of a Bitcoin or whatever? They're gonna look at me and go, no man, No, you can't. We accept US dollars, and we might be convinced to accept a euro. You know, can I pay my rent? No, probably no. You might find that one landlord who's cool with it, but broadly speaking, no, they're not going to accept Bitcoin or Tether or any of the other coins or whatever. You refuse to believe those 7 self-help laundries popping up around my home laundering money? Well, that's because you're playing like, what is it? The money laundering game. No, that's the thing, like, broadly speaking, you have a lot of those things that aren't properly laundering. What are you, like, right now the AI is doing that. They all take Bitcoins too. Oh, that's the whole thing. Like, don't get me wrong, you could very well have legitimate businesses make money with, like, Bitcoin kind of thing, where, again, like, you're talking, like, a laundromat or whatever, and be like, cool, you can pay for this in Bitcoin. Like I said, they would make you pay more than the value would normally be. So let's say, like, going to a laundromat, you load up $2 in coins to run the dryer or whatever. I have no idea what laundromats cost anymore. I haven't used one since I was, like, in my very first apartment. But let's say it's, like, $2 to run the dryer. Let's just pretend. You know, they might be like, okay, you know, you use Bitcoin, there's going to be this fee on top of it, and you actually have to spend $10. So ultimately it ends up being like $12-15 in Bitcoin to do that. And then the entire idea then is they would probably immediately turn around and sell that Bitcoin like on the spot to cash in before it can lose its value or change too much. So they're like, in that case, they would be taking a very premium price just to massively reduce the risk. Good Blue Hotel's been going well? Yeah, you've been, did we get a shout out to Treacle yet? I don't think we did. I can go ahead and do that right now. It's okay, I typed the command wrong. Because I'm not smart, Even Newegg used to take Bitcoin way back. Yeah, no, and that's the thing. There was people, like, when there was like, alright, we're not sure about this. But to go check out Treacle, absolutely fantastic. Definitely going to be checking out Hotel Architect as well. Played yesterday, or played recently. But it's still the last thing they streamed. So definitely going to be checking out the 1.0 release and all that, which is going to be a lot of fun and all that. So definitely something to check out. I did hear from at least 2 content creators, Treacle, who are going to put their names on the spreadsheet. I don't know if they've done it yet. The one said they would, but they're waiting on their key. That they have a sponsored streaming, right? So they're definitely getting a key, so they don't need one. But yeah. Treacle has a fantastic redeem for 500 bits. What's that? I have a whole thing that I got planned that I'm excited for, and I'm not saying anything until it's done, just in case. But there's been something I've been working on with what time I can, which has not been enough lately. That I'm very eager to get out and going. That my intention is to get everything else set up, and then I'm going to start reaching out to some people quietly, individually, about it. And then once I got, like, the first wave, then I'm going to open it up and be public about what it is and show it off on stream and everything. We're probably talking a little ways out because I am making it probably more work than I should. But I am the excite. Okay, so you finally finished that. Now I just do the fertilizer, which takes no time at all. And then the next in-game day, we do the rice field. Confirmed Rual is going to be a VTuber. No. PNG tuber are bust. VTuber. We're going IRL. We're going IRL, but we're only doing Legoland. Nothing's wrong with Legoland. But man, if you are not a kid, it is a hard sell. Like, Legos are awesome. and great for adults. Legoland, on the other hand, Legoland is very solidly targeted towards kids. And if you got kids, it can be a great time. If you are there and you don't have kids, it's pretty rough. It's pretty rough. You are not the target demographic, and you feel it. I'd love to be a VTuber with a voice filter. If only way you'd ever be on stream. Yeah. VTuber, but your model looks exactly like you. I mean, it would not surprise me if that is true of some VTubers, that they basically make a model of themselves to be on the channel. Because even with that, like, it means you don't have to worry about, like, you know, for women, there's an expectation for makeup and that a lot of times, so you don't have to do the makeup. For, like, dudes, man, I don't want to shave. This stupid facial hair grows just too dang fast. So you can let yourself be quite a bit rougher than you might normally otherwise permit. Here's an idea. Use an AI filter to make your chair a VTuber. I mean, you could just do like a PNG on the chair or whatever. Let's see, you respect what you guys do, you just couldn't. And that's how you respect the craft. Oh yeah, no, it's a whole thing. Like, you'll have people who poo-poo and be like, oh, you just play games all day, it's so easy. And then they try and stream it, it doesn't go so well for them. It's like, oh, I thought it was so easy, man. What happened? Well, there's so many things I'm juggling at the same time, and like people aren't showing up. I was like, yeah, it's actually a lot of work. Who would have thought? It's something that a whole lot of people get into, and not many people succeeded. Maybe it's because it's kind of hard. I'm not saying it's like the hardest work in the world or anything, but, and this isn't even like a streamer thing, it's like just broadly jobs in existence anywhere thing. People have a very big tendency that if they're not familiar with the job, to grossly underestimate what it actually takes to do the job. It doesn't even really matter what the job is. Like, very, very much you have people who grossly underestimate it. Like, I remember with, like, the software dev thing, it's like, oh yeah, you can just, you know, I saw a tutorial, you can just make, you know, you just make Twitter in an afternoon. It's like, okay, I can make a thing that looks like Twitter in an afternoon, and to be functional, sure, that's true, I can knock that out. But, like, making sure it complies with privacy laws, where I'm not running afoul of those, making sure I actually stand up a database, doing the marketing, getting all this stuff, like, that crap is where all the money's at. Or, you know, you look at people, it's like, oh, you just cut some boards and then you just nail them on the wall and you gotta think, it's like, no, you gotta measure everything, look for your studs, do all that stuff, make sure your ends are all right. Like, it's really easy to overlook all the little teeny tiny details that go into jobs. Granted, I still love when this one comes up regularly. It's like the person working in IT. The person working in IT, and you'll have like the boss looking over their shoulder and being like, you're just looking this up on Google. And it's like, yes? Well, I can do that. You can be my guest. Okay, I'll see you at lunch. Like, it's one of those things because like you're just Googling how to fix this problem. It's like, yes, I am. Are you gonna do it? No? Then shut up and go away. Unless you're willing to do it yourself. I'm gonna go ahead and get on Google and, you know, and to be fair, you need to know what, like, the different words mean and how to search for it. When it goes, okay, you need to go into BIOS and change this, you know what to need to, like, have a vague idea what the implications are. Like, there's a lot that actually happens there. But definitely it's one of those things that, you know, people see that you just Googling it or, you know, quote unquote, just Googling it. It's the same thing I remember, like, with devs, the boss would be, you're just looking that up on Stack Overflow. It's like, you better believe I am. It's like, then why would I pay you? Why wouldn't I do it? It's like, are you gonna sit down here and do it? Because if not, I got why you're gonna pay me to do it. Knowing how to use Google is also a skill. Yes, knowing how to interface with different technologies to get it to give you the answer you're looking for. Alright, I missed that one. Let's see. And then you have to hire me to correct structural design or shy construction. Oh, man. Like, all the people into, like, the home renovation stuff where they watch, like, HD TV and all those kind of things. And then they go, I want an open floor plan. And they knock out a wall. And you're like, no, you don't just knock out a wall. You get a structural engineer to actually take the time to look over and make sure the math is, and probably put some type of, support in. Now, it could be that you go to one of the edges of the wall and you reinforce it and you put a truss across it or whatever the solution might be. And yeah, there's so many times you hear about the nightmare stories of someone knocking out a wall because, them and their Uncle Bill, they figured they could knock it out on a weekend or whatever. And they get it all, and it looks nice in the short term. In the short term, it looks great. They got it sorted, it's fine. And then, after a little while, the paint on the top starts cracking up a little, starts sagging a little bit. Part of the floor comes up upstairs, because meanwhile, that wall, it really did need to be there, and the floor is just bending down. They go, okay, well, how do you fix this? Like, well, you don't now. This floor is effed. You can't just shove a support in there and it's magically better. You gotta tear all of that out now because that whole thing is bent. So like, you gotta go now, and not only do you have to get that one spot done right, you gotta go in now and tear up both the room below and above because you gotta redo all of the supports. Because shocker, maybe engineers might actually be involved in engineering. Your tower roof weighs 2 tons. You ain't touching any of those walls. Right. It's one of those things like even if you have to do like a repair, like something happens and a wall takes damage. If it's significant enough, it's like, yep, this is why you bring someone into this. Like, hey, removing a whole wall to fix this might not be something you can do short term. The moment you remove the wrong piece of the support, you might have just gotten that roof to start coming down. Let's see, open floors plans hurt me. You like many interesting rooms. Yeah, so like, it depends on the rooms. Like where you have like the kitchen living room kind of thing, I actually really like the open floor plans for that kind of thing. When it comes to like offices and bedrooms and that, man, I don't want an open floor plan. I want a nice close the door and I don't have to listen to it plan. And this kid's why you hire a professional? You need a beam and a proper column supports to hold the upper floor to the roof? Yes. That's I wish they would do more of that. So like they have shows like again on HGTV where it's the whole thing is they go into this house and they do this major renovation and all that, and behind the scenes a lot of times they are like bringing in a bunch of stuff, but they show just like, the 2 people come in there and they're like, oh, we're gonna redo this whole place, and they'll show them like tap out a little piece of things, and then see like this crew of ripping stuff out, and in between there they're doing a lot of that stuff because otherwise the moment that televised, the city would be over there being like, all right, let's get these fines ready because you're breaking a lot of rules if you're just going in there yoinking a wall on TV and all that. This building's 100% not up to code now. So they go and they get the permits and they do all that stuff. But that doesn't make for good TV. It doesn't make for good TV to be like, yeah, well, we're going to remove this wall, and so we got to wait on the permitting and all this stuff, and we got to wait for the for all the zoning things and all that to go through, make sure everything's zoning's not the right word. I'm using the wrong word here. Make sure like the engineering structural reports come back okay. Like, no one wants to see that. It's all part of the process. You go through all that, and every step of it matters. Like, that crap is important. Okay. Potato chip plant. Potato chip plant is getting full. All right. Or you are the professional? Yeah, I mean, so I actually find a lot of professionals, I can't speak for structural engineers, but a lot of professionals, when it's coming to like those kind of major projects, will potentially do a lot of the work themselves, but a lot of like the up and up ones will also ask someone to set, like double check their work. Because especially when you're involved with your own project, it's real easy real easy to do stuff you want that isn't necessarily the right choice, versus someone who is more of the neutral party being like, hey, I see you're doing this, you really shouldn't. Like, but I want it like that. It's like, yes, you do. And the numbers do check out. Technically, this would be okay. Also, you probably really don't want to. Alright, so what I'm learning here, actually, are these? Oh, a box is 2,000 liters. Alright, okay. 2,000 liters. We have 50,000 liters of potato chips on here. Oh, and also we can get a rough estimate. Okay, so we've used just over half of a year's potatoes. So let's see the kind of money we're making for this. It is a little worrisome that all of that went in there and I've got one not quite full trailer of potato chips. So let's see the kind of money we're gonna make. Because you'll do your own work. In fact, you do better work than some people you hired because you had to fix their crooked fence construction. Yeah. Yeah, no, you have that, but yeah, absolutely. It's always those things to be careful. The point is, don't just randomly knock out walls. There's a reason people get paid. And especially as if you're a new homeowner, it's really easy to tackle things well beyond what you can do. 106,000. I can live with that. That would imply I'm going to be getting close to, but not quite 200,000 per year out of the potatoes alone. Well, I guess technically the canola oil is also a factor. Actually, how is the canola oil on that one? The canola oil has barely been used at all. Yeah, in fact, the canola oil is still in there. So I might actually have to tell them to sell the canola oil. Okay, so I'm trying to think. So it's like every 6 or so months, I'm going to have to empty out the potato chips. We fertilized that. We weeded that. These two fields have nothing to do in March, so they're fine. So I think we're fine to advance the month and get the rice planted. Yeah, so it looks like I'm going to have to empty the potato plates like 2, maybe 3 times a year tops. I need to look closely at what's above and around you want to remove. And if it is a load-bearing wall, you need to install a beam of some kind. Beam of some kind to span the opening. And that beam size will be calculated by looking at the loads and the table and the material you want to use with wood. Yep. You'll either have like a column there to replace the wall, or you'll have like a much larger, sturdier beam, and then maybe you have to reinforce on the walls where it's connected. There's a whole mess of things. Yep. Okay. That was the Homer. Okay, so if we get this one, I need the header. None of the other ones need the header. Honestly, I think I would ignore that one because between the Homer, because you get that header, and you just have a large capacity and all that. I think between the two, though, I'd probably take... Oh, actually, you also need a header? You also need a header. You don't, though. You don't, though. I think think I would probably wait to see what I get on sale, because getting the header on sale locks me into getting that specific one, and this ain't the expensive part. Okay. So now I need to grab the cedar. Oh, you know what I just remembered? If I'm not mistaken, I think one of the other things I needed was I needed a planter. Because I want to say the yeah, the sugar beets are planters, not cedars. Alright, well, that's gonna be another cost. That's fine. If my math is right with everything we're doing now, I should be making close to $500,000 every year. New TV show pitch for action industry craft thingy max channel. Permit churner. Get those 25 permits for the renovation, sitting in those city hall waiting area 30 minutes straight. Plays guitar riffs with heavy overdrive. Low key, I could absolutely see as like a PSA kind of thing on this type of stuff. I could see doing that type of thing. Where it's just like, alright, we're going to be tackling, you know, whatever installation. Well, the first thing for this patio is we're going to need to go and get our permits. So let's go ahead and we've got, our design structure putting up. And then they show, like, the engineer, and they've got, like, they've got, I'm going to say CAD. It's probably not CAD. It'd be something else. But, like, they got, like, the CAD image. They're like, alright, I've got this whole thing planned out. We got all sorted out with the supports and all that, yada, yada. Cool, now we've got all that, so we're going to get this all printed out, and now we're going to go over to City Hall, and we're going to go to the code enforcement, or the permitting, not code enforcement's after the fact, the permitting department, and get this all filed, and they'll go ahead and get that squared away. And then, alright, it's been a couple of days, and the permits come in, and we're good to go. We have our home inspection today, make sure everything's on the up and up for the permitting department to make sure we've done everything properly represented here and all that. Cool, and they've come by, and they poked on the property. They found 2 minor code violations, but we're allowed to continue working with those in place. We just have to get them sorted when we're done. And so then, like, they finally actually do the stuff where they start seeing them, like, bang out walls and all that kind of stuff. But just, like, this whole thing of just all that, just the whole time just having music going, like it's some big, event or whatever. Like, that's, you look at a lot of construction projects where, like, when they're building a new fast food place or new restaurant or whatever, and it's like, you'll see they'll, like, clear the land and nothing will happen for a while. And then suddenly, like, a foundation and the whole structure goes up in, like, a day or two, and then nothing happens for a while. And then they'll kind of, like, finish building out, like, the actual building part of it, and nothing will happen for a while. And then the building will just seem like it's staying empty, and nothing's happening for a long while, and then suddenly it opens. And a lot of that's because, like, they hit some point that they've got to get, this and that permit sorted, this and that going through, and all that kind of stuff. There's all, like, the paperwork and engineering designs and yada yada all going on in the background. And all that's just kind of stuff that takes time. And then when they finally do get the building built, then they gotta actually hire in a bunch of people, and that takes time. But it is amusing the way that can be sometimes, where it seems like nothing's getting done with the building for like a week or two, and then suddenly like half the building just appears over the day or two, and you're like, crap, where'd that come from? And it's because they got all their permitting done, they just rolled in and like clockwork get it knocked out. That's one of the things that me and Toom were excited about is, I think it was when we went to leave to New Zealand, we're like, oh hey, there's this new chicken place nearby, we need to try them out. Because like it wasn't just a chicken place, like a wing place or whatever. It's like, oh, this is a place that, like, their big thing is they do chicken, but it's like an actual like sit down restaurant. They do like rotisserie and all that kind of stuff. I'm like, okay, that sounds interesting, we can do that. And we went to New Zealand, and then we came back, it was already closed. We're like, holy crap, this thing must have lasted maybe a couple of weeks. Like, this could not have been here long, because this place is like right around the corner from the house. It wasn't like someplace we don't go by very often. They're like, what happened? And it seemed like it was just gonna be gone and stayed gone, like whatever. And they reopened it just like this past week or two. It's just the same company and everything, and it got reopened. It's like, okay, reading between the lines here, the only thing I can come up with is because it had been a different restaurant before, is they probably opened it, found something really egregiously bad, and had to like go in and, you know, gut the building, do a major rework or something. That's the only thing I can come up with that would lead to that type of a thing happening. Because it's not like they had like a big notice on the door, closed by or whatever. You know, that kind of thing. It's just, it opened and then it just stayed closed for a very long time. And then started opening again. So I can only assume that there was something they had to get sorted out, either like legally or financially or, you know, code-wise or something. And that they couldn't reopen until it was dealt with. Is there also some financial incentives, e.g., to hold a plot of land in advance and have basic structure on it, but not fully functioning the building to operate it? I think the capital can then be held non-taxable. Maybe. I haven't heard any of that stuff before. Usually a lot of it is and this is again coming from like talking with the people involved in some of that stuff, is usually it's like a lot of permitting stuff. Because it is one problem that you run into in a lot of places where it's like, if everyone is opening stuff at a steady rate, the permitting wouldn't be such a problem. But it's kind of one of those things that like nobody's opening anything new in like January and February and all that kind of stuff. Like that might be when they get their new budget and they're deciding what to work on, and then they start coming up with a location and all that kind of stuff. And then it's, you know, they'll aim for like midsummer for being the actual opening date. And so what happens means the people dealing with permitting have a whole lot of downtime from like that kind of stuff, and then suddenly get slammed by a bunch of permits coming at the same time. Because it's also the same time frame a lot of your house renovation stuff comes in as well. I guess it's more that the current contractor is pushing off their part of the work because they're busy elsewhere. There's also that too. It also can be one of those things that like, especially, you know, in like home developments where you're going to have a ton of homes built in an area at the same general time, that you'll end up having, you know, whichever contractor is like, well, I'm working on this subdivision for a while. I'm not going to be back again to work on your area for a little while. No, the restaurant we were talking about is local, but we had seen it was opening when we were getting ready to leave for New Zealand, so we didn't get a chance to go. We left for New Zealand, and then we came back, and it was already closed. We're like, you were open for a couple of weeks, man. Like, we had seen them working on the building and just noticed that it's like, oh, wait, there's people in there. Like, they're actually, like, serving food and everything. Like, we can go in. We just didn't have the time in the moment. But, like, then it was closed when we got back, and, like, what happened? You lasted, like, 3 weeks of that. Like, don't get me wrong. I've seen some short-lived companies happen. There's one place that it's not super close to our house, but is relatively close. That, like, when we moved in, it was a froyo place, frozen yogurt. And it seemed like genuinely it seemed pretty good. A little pricey, but, like, good. You know, it wasn't unreasonably pricey, just, you know, a little more than you necessarily wanted to spend, but probably perfectly reasonable. And it eventually struggled and closed. And we're like, okay, the froyo place didn't make it. You know, that's a bummer. And then a couple months went by, and then a new place opened there, which is another froyo place. And they didn't even use the same machines. Like, they gutted that place and rebuilt it to be a froyo place again. So they must have put a lot of money into it. And it's like, okay, that's weird. Usually when you go to a spot and a previous business did not succeed, you don't usually open the exact same kind of business. And it wasn't like same owners or anything else. It was an entirely new group. That is probably someone just like, oh, but I liked the froyo place. We'll just open our own or something like that. And that didn't last long at all. That lasted like 5 or 6 months, and then they closed. Because, shocker, maybe opening a froyo place in the exact same place that the previous froyo place didn't make it was maybe not the play. And a little while goes by, and another froyo place opens. This one they didn't re-gut. Like, they just took the existing stuff and they basically reopened it. That kind of thing. And that one lasted about a year. And then they closed. And now it's a hair salon. The hair salon's been there for a couple of years now. It's been doing pretty okay. Maybe they get the equipment cheap. I mean, I wouldn't imagine frozen yogurt machinery is cheap. That seems like it'd actually be pretty expensive. I mean, maybe the second or the third one might have got cheap, because that was the whole thing. Like, the second one, like, they gutted the place. Like, none of the stuff was in the same thing. It was entirely new equipment. And it was just, and like, to be fair, the reason I didn't think it made it is you had, like, the Froyo place here, and, like, right around the corner, not that side, like, on this side was a Cold Stone Creamery, which is ice cream. And then you're only a couple blocks away from a Menchie's or whatever. So it's definitely one of those ones. And I think then there's like a little soft-served ice cream place there that's, you know, really targeting the kids more than anything else, like cheap stuff. And it was definitely one of those things that's like, okay, I mean, the big problem is you are right next to a lot of people that you are directly competing with them. But, like, you should watch, and if the previous people just didn't make it, either one, you gotta differentiate yourself in a very real way. But just opening and doing the same thing, why would you think that would work? Let's see, does the hair salon have the machines? Maybe you get Froyo for your haircut? No, they gutted the building and made it into just a hair salon. That would be a funny pivot. It would be a really funny pivot if they were sitting there and being like, okay, well, the Froyo thing by itself isn't working. Hear me out. We put a hair salon, and we keep the Froyo machines as well. And we make sure we always have a line, so really cheap haircuts. And we get you on the Froyo, because you're sitting there smelling the Froyo the whole time, be like, man, I do want a sherbet. Alright, Liam, you have a good one. Thank you for tuning in, all stuff. But no, it's just a hair salon, and it's actually, you know, perfectly fine hair salon. I have any strong opinions. The one that does surprise me we have, they don't have very long hours, so it makes it really hard for us to get by there, is there's like a noodles place. And when I say a noodles place, like, they do, like, legit, like, you would go down and sit in an Italian restaurant, like, get your plate, and it's all got all the dressings and all that done up nice and all that. And, like, it is, like, really high quality food. And it is a takeout place. And it is weird. Because you can go in there and sit there, and you will get, like, your plate all done up nice and all that. The guy was like this, he's from Italy, and he's got, like, professional chef training, and he just wanted to open his own restaurant. And it's like this weird, almost like a Chinese takeout place, but like high quality noodles. And the only thing that makes it hard that we don't go there more is it's only him and I think his wife working there. So the hours are very, very short. It just, like, opens up kind of lunchtime, and then it closes, like, relatively early dinner time. And so it is really tough to get by there while they're open. But, like, genuinely, like, it was nice. I was like, man, are they gonna put a candle on my table? What's going on here? Like, this place looks like a takeout Chinese place. Like, it is not dressed up. There are just boxes and such along the walls and all that. But, like, the quality of the food is definitely disconnected from the experience. Okay, so we got that fertilized and everything else, so I need to do the weeding and all that. It's always sad when the hours or distance prevent that. Oh yeah, no, that's Ooh, that just reminds me. I owe whom? I mean, I don't owe. I was going to get to him, and I need to do this some fondue. I don't remember what we were doing the fondue for, but there was something I said we should do fondue to celebrate. And I don't remember what it was. And that has been a while. But I mean, it was before a lot of things happened. Unrelated to anything me or Tomb specific. It was when a lot of real life stuff kind of hit the fan. So it was definitely one of those things that just went on the back burner. It's like, oh yeah, so we definitely need You don't do rolling? Nah, it's not worth the time. I think rolling gives you something like 2 or 4% extra yield, and there is a cap on how high your yield can go. So it's kind of one of those things, like, if you do all the processes, it only goes so high. So yeah, broadly speaking, you can do the rolling, it's not gonna hurt anything, but most of the time, you're not gonna get your time's worth. It is a thing when you're playing with the stones, which I am playing with field stones. You can use the rolling to push the stones back down, and that'll reduce the amount of damage your vehicles take as they work, like the wear and tear damage, I mean. But even then, like, we have been ignoring the field stones the entire time. They're not that big a deal. They can get pretty rough if you're doing a lot of plowing, and a lot of cultivating. But because I'm direct drilling, most of the time I don't have to worry about the stones very much. The one field that's going to be the exception over time is that field behind me, the potato field. Because I have to cultivate it every year, it is gradually going to get worse and worse for stones, and I will have to address it. Which, because it'll be little stones, it'll either be taking the roller to shove the little stones back underground, or using a stone picker or whatever. But that probably won't be an issue for, like, years and years in the game before it's like, okay, no, really, these stones are starting to pile up. Do you mean in theory that's Brildane's concept to a degree? Her avatar is just stylized now? Yeah, no, Brildane's got a slick setup. Brildane does the computer graphics VTubing, and like her VTuber model, which she makes herself, has like, man, it has so many outfits and so many styles and so many everything. Like, she puts a lot of work into that, and it definitely shows. She also has a very fun Invader Zim theme going on there. Like, it's very Invader Zim coded. I used to know a girl, like, when I worked at Sears. There was a movie theater in the mall we were at, and she was working at the mall. You know, like, people would hang out because it was kind of like smallish town in regards to like people my age. But she had Grr tattooed like in the costume on this one and out of the costume on that arm. I always thought it was a really cool set of tattoos. I really liked the art style of Invader Zim. That was definitely a very fun show. That's, for anyone who's seen, not Has-Been Hotel, Hell of a Boss, they have the same voice actor as Invader Zim does, Moxie. One of the characters is like the smaller, smarter imp kind of thing, like, or I shouldn't say smarter, the smaller, more, thoughtful is definitely part of it. The one who tends to be less impulsive. That'll work. The less impulsive one and all that kind of stuff. And it's fun, just that voice actor doing it. Also, so many movements and modes. Like, she has redemptions that make her model dance, and triggers overlays and cam changes, all of which can probably be... she has also rigged herself. She makes her chatbot herself, with or without generative AI. You don't know where she takes the data from. And she also manually tweaks a lot of it. There's all kinds of non-Gen AI function there. Yeah, I don't think she's using Gen AI with her setup. I don't know the details on it. I do know a few creators who have been using like a Gen AI thing where like when you raid or whatever, it'll be like, okay, you know, say I'm playing Farm Sim or whatever, and then the next person is going to be doing whatever. Like, it'll do a whole thing where it's like, we've gone from storming the beaches to farming the fields with whatever. And it's like, okay, that's fine. Like, that one, I'm still not a fan, but it's, like, one of those things, like, that's not one that, like, gets me morally upset or anything, like, especially if it's, like, a little local running LLM, that's not a big deal. That gets past, like, all the massive, like, environmental impacts. And again, if it's just spitting out a paragraph, it's like, whatever. That's not replacing anyone's job or anything like that. That's not being done to, like, nickel and dime and cut corners or whatever. And it can handle some very critical technical aspects of her setup. Yeah. Like, that's kind of the place when it comes to the LLM stuff. I'm like, yeah, that's fine. That's whatever. It's not something I personally want to do, but it's also, again, it's not something I would, like, look negatively on. Not that kind of thing. Like, I believe it's, I want to say, ooh, I could be wrong, but I want to say, like, Sui when she does her, like, raid out message, or raid in message, I can't remember. I think she has, like, a locally running thing that'll just, again, spit out some little thing. And I think, like, and I don't even think it's she's, like, running it herself. I think it's a, maybe it's built into Streamlabs or whatever. That it will do, like, a whole, you know, again, like, not just, like, right now my raid message is the we've come to escape the trees thing. Like, I don't do a raid message that's individual for every person or whatever. I lack that creativity. Okay, so we've got that weeded, fertilized, planted. We do not flood it this in-game month. It used to be a raid out, if you remember correctly. Yeah, and like I said, I think it was just something built into, like, Streamlabs or whatever. Like, it's still cool stuff. Like, it's more interesting than, it's more interesting than, like, you know, me just having it spit out the same message each time. I mean, that doesn't bother me too much. I've debated, like, coming up with one that's, like, you know, here comes the crab army or whatever. That's not what I would use, but you get the idea, like, coming up with a repeatable message that we use each and every time. We do have a lot of things here. Alright, so I'm pretty sure we have nothing new to worry about right now. So you've got all your stuff processed. You're still doing your stuff. Nothing's building up in there yet. You're good there. You honestly like a stable raid out message? Yeah. I kind of lean more towards I think I'd rather it be consistent than like I'm down to do a custom one for something fun or whatever. Like if someone's doing some like special thing and I can do like a good tie-in kind of thing, I'm down to do a custom one. But just doing a yeah, so we got the potatoes planted. You got the potatoes planted, we got the long grain rice planted. You do not plant the sugar cane, it just plants itself. And then the canola was already planted, so we're good there. Oh, and I was going to check on the water there. Yeah, so we should top that off. But yeah, no, it's just one of those things, like... I personally would rather do, like, like, the standard thing like we have here or whatever. I'd rather do that kind of thing. Than have it change every single time. But like I said, that said, if there's, like, a really good tie-in one day, like, you know, we're playing a game and we... you know, like we have a tie-in to someone else's thing that they've got going on, I'm down to do something special or whatever. But that's usually a thing there. With an LLM raid-in or raid description messages, you're finding the difficult or strenuous. To be honest, it's so difficult to actually extract the infos you want. What they played, maybe their stream title, at that point, you prefer Blongo's different shoutouts. Whether it's just rating stream or category. Yeah. Well, that's usually like the ones I've got is I usually have for and I need to add more to them. But I've got for like you know, fellow member of the House Hit Frequency stream team and some of the other ones when they raid in, I do have a bunch of them that have their own custom messages. That's usually like, hey, here's this person, those are the kind of games they play, like yada yada yada. Like whatever the thing. It's not like, and when I'm saying yada, it's not like me being like dismissive or whatever of it is. But yeah. Let me snooze again because I'm trying to avoid the ads. Okay, so we have May. But yeah, so like most of the time, like you'll see like it'll pop over on the side of the screen. It'll be like who they are, like their channel name or whatever, what they're playing last, that kind of thing will pop up on the screen. And then down below there'll be a little bit more. Okay, so that's June. When do I deal with the potatoes again? August. And then the canola is July. Okay. So what I think I'm gonna do, chat, is we have been going like the 9 hours and all that. I need to do some like contracts and invoice and everything before my night's over and all that, unfortunately. Yay, who doggy, fun times, great, highly recommend. Not really. So we're gonna have to need to do that. So we've gone to the stream time and all that stuff. It was fun doing some more farm sim. There's a very, 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 very good chance I will be doing a sponsored segment tomorrow for a game that'll be a little bit different from the normal content. Like it's kind of a turn-based RPG, but it's got a tactical element where you are 4 people flying like or piloting a mech versus like whatever your enemies are. But there's like this whole phase where you plan the turn and then the other phase where it actually happens. And it should be a good time. Hey, Nalutic, how's it going? I'm going to go ahead and do this because you know what? This is what's going to happen, and you just have to live with that part. Which is a shout out for Nalutic, who has been playing some Project Zomboid. So if you like Project Zomboid, you can find it over there. I actually don't know if you're streaming as much these days. I haven't caught you live in a long time. But yeah, I know Nalu used to stream a whole lot. But regardless, Nalu is fantastic and all that good stuff. But yeah, it's been good to see you. I haven't seen you in an age. You returned a few weeks ago? Nice. So we get to see Nalu again. So let me just go ahead and help you with Now You're Back. You should go check out Nalu. Absolutely fantastic. Has played a lot of Project Zomboid and a lot of good times over there. Used to see Nalu on a lot in the past. Very good content. Highly, highly recommend. Had a kiddo. And, you know, that took precedent for a while. At least I'm remembering that correctly. I'm not misattributing. I'm pretty sure you had a kid and you took time off to, you know, do mom things. But yeah, regardless, definitely go check out Nalu. Good times over there. I'm gonna be wrapping up because I'm getting tired. Baby Lou turned 3 today. Has it really been that long? Time is weird. Man, it doesn't feel like it's been 3 years. I'm sure you're getting that even more because I understand that's even more extreme as a parent being like, wait, when did my kid grow up? But with that said, let me go ahead and get us out of here so the game doesn't keep running and all that. And whatnot. If you're watching over on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly because I do not have a host ready, so go ahead and, you know, I'll see you next time over there. For those over here on Twitch, don't forget to drop a follow, that way you can find your way back here in the future. But what I'm going to go ahead and do is put up my